take our seats. Okay, I think that we have a bit of a crowd now at the Assembly's Hall. And this is the second day of the 2025 WeFORUM, an international meeting, a global meeting for women entrepreneurs, in which we're going to cover a wide array of subjects, and to obviously, strengthen women entrepreneurs. We're going to talk about technology and market trends, innovation, the economy. Women entrepreneurs, obviously, and the challenges that we face every single day along the way, and how we are going to be able to, basically be allowed the space we have earned. So very soon, we're going to be commencing our meeting. Welcome, everyone. Please take your seats. Now we are going to start the 2025 WeFORUM, the second day, which is, ripe with content and connections at a national and international level. We have people from more than 57 countries here, and we also have rooms set aside so that you can do some networking. So keep your eyes open for that, and welcome everyone to the WeFORUM 2025. Let me also tell you that those of you who haven't picked up your ear sets, we are distributing ear sets for simultaneous interpretation right at the lobby of the theater. You should be able to, pick it up. And, it's basically ear sets to help you guys keep track of everything that we are discussing today. And you shouldn't miss it, guys. I truly recommend that you should stay all the way to the very end. Excited about that? Well, I hope you are. Are most of you from Minas Gerais, from Belo Horizonte? Okay, I think that we have people from all over the place, right? Yeah, São Paulo, Brasília, Belo Horizonte, Ceará, Semeki, has really, stirred everybody up from Brazil to be here in this meeting with us. So let me just give you guys a tip. Could you please put your phones on silent mode, if you would be, kind to do that, so that we, don't have those phones ringing in the middle of the day. And if you mean to post pictures of our meeting, please do that, by the way. Do talk about it, post it. And it should include a hashtag, which is hashtag WeForum 2025. Okay? And if you wish to also tag us on our social media presence, well, here you have it. We have Simek Mulher, Ana Cláudia Cotaide, Monica Montero, the idealizers behind this meeting, inspirational leaders, women with lots of information to share with everyone. Let me also greet every participant with us today in the César Minas Hall, and all of you women, people who are here, business women, entrepreneurs, very special individuals who are connected to us, both in person and also remotely, since we're broadcasting this meeting on YouTube, on the CIMAC Mulher or CIMAC Woman channel. My name is Deb Aguilar. I'm the founder and president of Lady Diamond, which is a platform for networking and business, which covers Brazil. And today I am here once again for the fourth year in a row to present to you the WeForum 2025 and to actually show to you an amazing program about a wide array of subjects. The WeForum, Women Entrepreneur Forum, is an international disruptive transformational meeting idealized and organized by the CIMAC, National Council for Women Entrepreneurs and Culture, CACB, the Confederation of Commercial and Business Associations of Brazil, and also the FNEE, which is National Forum for Women Entrepreneurs from the CNI, and also by CNI, which is National Confederation of Industries, gathering more than 14 Brazilian and international institutions connected to women entrepreneurs. We're very honored to open this day of the WBA BRICS, gathering 11 countries represented by 2 chairpersons and a number of missions coming from the BRICS countries, which are made up by Brazil, Russia, India, and China. So the WeForum is also a part of the WBA agenda in Brazil, and this is a meeting in which women connect, innovate, and make progress together by promoting an active role of women in economic development. This meeting was designed to gather women who engage in business all over the world to generate new business opportunities and also to connect new women to international and national institutions involved in entrepreneurship. And via the CMEC, we represent female leaders from every Brazilian state. So in the 4th edition of this meeting, we are gathering representatives and business leaders to talk about the role of women in the economy, in the market, and about the importance of female leaders in the corporate world. We are here to bring you information, content about the active role women have to play in the economic scenario in generating new opportunities as well, so that all of you can cross borders, expand your businesses, and conquer the international market. Thank you. So during this meeting, we are also going to have the WeForum business networking meetings. As I said earlier, this is a business meeting, as I said earlier, which will be carried out during our meeting on the 1st floor of this same building. And the idea is to, encourage networking, and so that we can also have our entrepreneurs talking to each other about, business. In the last edition of the WeForum, which happened in 2024, companies participating in the business meetings were able to move more than 50 million reais in contracts, which were signed in areas such as fashion, food, drinks, pharmaceutical drugs, and cosmetics. And today, we hope that our entrepreneurs are able to strike a number bigger than that one. So let's try and close deals, everyone, and let's try and take our products and services to as many countries as we can. Yeah, to improve also our participation in foreign trade. Why not? So let's start the program for the day. And I should remind you that the WeFORUM was organized by CMEC, CSP, Federaminas, CACB, FIENG, FAENG, SENAR, IBREI, SEBRAE, FEComércio, WBA from the BRICS, CNI, Apex Brazil, and the Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce, and Services from the federal government. We also count on sponsors from such as the IBD, the BDMG, Codengi, Invest Minas, the Secretary for Economic Development of the State of Minas Gerais, Moe Shandong, the Transport System CNT CEST Senat ITL, the Fleury Group, Natura, the Asaban Group, and also from Sigma Lithium. We also count on support from O Investe Verde, Beauty Fair, Brazil Chain Sweden, the Brazilian Council of Commercial Exporting and Importing Companies, the CCX, DC News, the Diary of Commerce, the Project for the Development of Women Entrepreneurs, the Global Gateway from the IWB, Lady Diamond, MMLP, the UNDP, the City Hall of Belo Horizonte, the SIM Network, SEMA Productions and Events, Wiki, James DeBay, and Samarco Mining. Very well. After acknowledging everyone, who were ultimately involved in making this meeting a reality, and to do that, obviously, we have to acknowledge those who've helped us. So after that, let me invite to the stage to welcome all of you on behalf of the organizers of the WeFORUM, the chairman of the Federation of the Industries of the State of Roraima, the FIER, Isabel Ichikawa, representing today the chairman of FIENG, Mr. Flavio Roscoe. So we should have now Isabel Ishikawa. Welcome, Isabel. Let's give her a big hand, everyone. Let me also call to the stage Mauricio Prazac, the chairman of the Brazilian Institute for the Development of International Business Relations, the IBREI or IBREI. Welcome, Mauricio. Let's give him a big hand too, guys. And Maria Teresa Manuel Fontes, a program officer from the UNDP. Okay, do we have mics for them? Okay, I wish you a great panel. And I'm sorry, by the way, before we go there, let me also thank the Secretary of Communications of Minas Gerais, Barbara Botega, who's actually here with us today. So thank you very much, Barbara, for the support that you have given us. And I wish you all a great panel. You would rather do it from here? So yeah, please. Good morning, everyone, and more specifically to the beautiful women that I can see from here today. And to be here on this podium is a reason of great joy to me to participate in this meeting, which stimulates women entrepreneurs to connect women who are also business leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to participate in this most important meeting that gathers women occupying leading positions, businesswomen and entrepreneurs from all over Brazil. And dare I say from the world as well, who are fully committed to strengthening the role women have to play in the business world and in our communities in general. Let me also greet every one of the authorities on attendance today and my dear friends. And let me greet specifically Monica Montero, the chairperson of the National Forum for Women Entrepreneurs, and Ana Claudia Badra, the chairperson of the Council for Women Entrepreneurs and Culture, in Culture. I received the mission of opening the second day of this meeting as the chairperson of the Federation of the Industries of the state where I come from, which is called Roraima. I am currently the only woman to chair a Federation of the Industries office in Brazil. And I am very proud to represent the productive sector of agribusiness from a Brazilian state that is actually the northernmost state of Brazil, located in the Amazon. We have borders with Venezuela and Guyana. I am also very happy to be here today representing the chairman of the Federation of the Industries of the state of Minas Gerais, who are hosting this meeting, my dear friend Flávio Roscoe, and also the National Confederation of Industries, the CNI. Well, being a woman entrepreneur and also running or being in charge of an office of a Federation of Industries in a territory as challenging as Roraima is at the same time a commitment and also a great responsibility towards every woman who are still struggling for more space and for a better space participation actually in various sectors of our economy. Let me also stress the importance of women in the role they have to play in the business world, either as entrepreneurs who are currently here with us in this auditorium and who are also making a difference in the countries, states, and municipalities where they come from, or also as working women simply occupying the jobs in various different industries, ranging from the gates of companies to the seats of chairperson. In Roraima, we have a substantial number of women occupying executive functions and managing functions in every arena, such as the executive branch, the legislative branch, the judiciary branch, and also in privately held companies. In the system in our state, the presence of women in the office of the Federation of the Industries of Roraima is even more substantial. 100% of the leading positions in SESI, FIER, and EL are all occupied by women. At Senai, we are 50% of those occupying leading positions. In our entire federation, 67% of our workforce is actually made up of women. So the appreciation of women in our business is actually a part of our strategy. Female development is what we do by means of the various institutions that we have under our umbrella. On March 20th, in partnership with the CNI and SEBRAE, we launched a program called Women in the Industry. And through Senai, we worked with the professional training and the inclusion of women without a job at a local and national level. And with our welcoming program, which is actually a program run by the Brazilian Army, we have been making a difference in the training and capacity building of immigrants who move to our country. Women who are still struggling for a better standing in strategic sectors of the economy, I would like actually to greet every woman who is also an entrepreneur, because in addition to being women entrepreneurs, we are also mothers, we are also wives, we are also the ones who lead at home, who lead our families. And when one talks about a businesswoman, women working in the agribusiness, yes, they will put the boots on, they will be out in the field, and at the end of the day, they will come back, yes, all muddy, but they are very much proud of producing the foods that will ultimately be served in the tables of every woman in every Brazilian family. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maria Teresa. I'm from the UNDP, the United Nations Development Program. The UNDP is actually the main agency of the UN which works with sustainable development. Our mandate is to support countries in the eradication of poverty, in the reduction of inequalities, and in the promotion of more resilient and inclusive societies. Gender equity is one of the central elements of the job that we do in every single program that we organize. We know very well that development will only be achieved once women are given full and equal access to economic, political, and social opportunities. So with that in mind, the UNDP recognizes the fact that female entrepreneurship is a key subject in decreasing inequality and multidimensional poverty. And it is precisely because of this commitment that last year the UNDP developed a publication called A Panorama about female entrepreneurship. This is actually a diagnostic report that we produced, and you can download this article in your language of preference. And this article was written together with the Ministry for the Development of Industry, Commerce, and Services, and also the Ministry for Gender and Racial Equality, and also the Minister of Human Rights. And in this article, we have some concerning findings, which quite certainly are meaningful to many women present in this meeting today. We have data about gender inequality and entrepreneurship in Brazil. So we basically have four main items which show that women, even those who currently have a job, they are actually paid lower salaries than men, and that this difference is even more accentuated in entrepreneurship. Another element that we found was that female entrepreneurs or women entrepreneurs spend much less time in their businesses than men entrepreneurs, because as our colleague said here earlier, Isabel Ichikawa, as she said, women also spend time taking care of their families and of their homes, meaning that they actually oftentimes work twice or even three times more than men, because we know that today women work at home, they work taking care of their children, their parents as well. So it can be a rather, well, stressful and daunting task, which oftentimes prevent women from spending as much time in their businesses as men do. This study also found that subsistence entrepreneurship is a much larger event in the north and northeast of Brazil. Brazil is a country of continental size, as is also the case of other countries from the BRICS, such as China, Russia, and India. And in these countries, you do have quite a bit of inequality internally. So in Brazil, in the north and northeast regions, you have subsistence entrepreneurship as a significant event. And the fourth finding that we have in this report is that the businesses belonging to black women tend to be smaller and more informal when compared to the businesses held by white women. So lots of challenges to face. And in order for women entrepreneurs can reach their full potential in Brazil, we need, or actually we recommend that a few measures be taken. And the first of them being to improve access to loans, decrease informality, promote a more even balance between family and business life, mitigate regional and racial inequalities, and to make sure that we have a more equal environment for every female entrepreneur. So this is why the WeFORUM, which is the meeting in which we are today, looking specifically at, as it looks to strengthen the role of women and of building also opportunities for women entrepreneurs, is perfectly aligned with the mandate from the UNDP and also with the global efforts made by the United Nations organization. This meeting is a platform of fundamental importance in a generation of businesses and the promotion of strategic partnerships to thus push an agenda of economic empowerment of women. So with such shared commitment of overcoming these barriers and ultimately producing actual impact on the lives of women, the WeFORUM represents an important landmark in the implementation of real, concrete change, since we are not only holding discussions, but are also taking action to create an environment of growth and collaboration. And I wish us all a great meeting, a meeting ripe with lessons and connections as well, which is a word that I heard many times in yesterday's presentations, so creating connections, and also opportunities so that we can ultimately strengthen women entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Well, let me start by saying that it is an honor for me to be here once again, taking part in this incredible event, which is WeFORUM. And in 4 years, has been consolidated as one of the most important forums for dialogue and the strengthening of female leadership. And the growth of WeFORUM has been something fantastic, and a good evidence of that is what we see this year. It started as an independent initiative, but it's now part of the BRICS agenda and reinforces the relevance of this event in so much as it strengthens the global relations. And our privilege has been immense in taking part since the very beginning and observing the growth and the thriving of this event that has expanded to far beyond Brazilian frontiers. And we believe that initiatives such as this are absolutely fundamental in order to foster more inclusive, innovative, and globally connected businesses. And we from the Institute, we work very hard for the growth and internationalization of Brazilian companies. And Brazil has been growing a lot, but there is a long way ahead still. And we have been reinforcing the message that internationalization of companies should include female leaderships and the higher management positions. And that's why we support initiatives like this, and we will keep on doing so because this is of utmost importance for the growth of our company and our companies and our country. So I'm taking this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the organizers of this event who have worked so tirelessly in order for this event to happen, and a special thanks to Ana Cláudia Brada, Mônica Monteiro, Tânia Reis, to Ambassador Mariani, and on the person of whom I would like to greet all the present authorities. And I hope not leaving anyone aside, and Deborah Aguilar, who's been our incredible ceremony master. And so congratulations for this beautiful initiative, for your unwavering commitment, and because that makes a difference to the growth of our country. And congratulations to the staff, to the supporting team that is behind the curtains. But and you have no idea how hard it is to put such an event together. So congratulations to everyone involved. And my special greetings to all of you here on behalf of Aline Esquiavo, a very dear friend to me. And you are the real main actors of the transformation that we want to see in the world in the very near future. May this WeForum edition inspire us, connect us, and strengthen us towards making the best out of the challenges and the opportunities that we might be offered as of now. So thank you for the opportunity and congratulations. Thank you very much, Mauricio, and all the participants. And people like you have been giving great contributions to our event. And if you could please just gather at the center of the stage for an official picture. A very special picture, by the way. And in this meantime, without any further ado, we are going to now get ready for the leadership and mobilization. We are going to call to the stage Ms. Joyce Trindade, who is a municipal secretariat and a city councillor, and she has been working with the promotion of special policies to women. Good morning to you all, and a special good morning to my dear friend Monica Monteiro for all the construction and the mobilization of so many women. My name is Joyce Trindade, as I have been introduced, and I would like to, it's a quick message, but it's an important one that we should keep on strengthening democracy and the social transformation. I'm a result of public policies, and I'm a result of what worked out of the last 30 years in Brazil. And genuinely, we wish transformation. We want, but the intention and actions are things that we need to consolidate in a continuous. I studied in a public school and a public federal university, and I'm also a product of the quotas policies that allowed me to not only enter the university and to remain there. So, and last time I had the opportunity to speak in this event, I really emphasized those elements because you, as businesswomen, as entrepreneur women who represent the economic sector, who represent so many institutions, are equally responsible for the social transformation of our country. So I would like to reinforce that beyond being a city councillor in Rio de Janeiro, and I was one among the 10 most popular, I'm also a municipal secretariat for policies directed to women, and it's my 5th year of mandate. And I'd like to highlight that whenever we see someone who's a potential leadership, we need to encourage them and to push them ahead. And that's exactly what Mr. Eduardo Paes, the mayor of Rio, did. Because it's no good for us to assume that people are going to be ready to take up challenges if we are not, taking a share of this responsibility and make ourselves co-responsible. So you as women, as businesswomen, you have a lot of co-responsibility in actions and intentions that might favor the penetration of women, people who are leaders of their families and who are independent workers, because gender equality cannot be a isolated element, but rather it has to be part of a whole set of elements that we have to combine with racial equality and social transformation. So in Rio de Janeiro, we are consolidating many mechanisms, public policies that have had impact over the lives of more than 1 million women. It is a national initiative that deserves and needs a collective action. And we women, we definitely need more than anyone else action and transformation. So we need to get united around this purpose. And once we step into those realms of power, we need to leverage other women and other leaderships and invite them to this movement. And may we not simply feel that our fate and good fate it stops, in us. We have to just make sure this is being passed on to the future. And my very special thanks to Carla, Lindalia, Ivani from my party. And so we have to commit. And I know my time is up. And just to wrap up, my final message is that we should not forget that the public policies that are built together with the third sector, with private market, with the public sector, work. They do work. And if we just believe that it's up to the government to change things like education or public security, I mean, nothing's going to change. So this is something that we have to, take ownership of and feel equally responsible. And I have to tell you that many of those initiatives have been influenced by private investments and fostered by institutions. So when we think of transforming public policies, long-term transforming policies, we need to include the labor market, companies, the corporate sector, multinational. Otherwise, we will keep on being doomed to failure and to this deterioration. And we definitely need to believe and make our efforts to a transforming, long-term, long-lasting policy so that we can make the best out of those children who are a result of positive public policy. So I invite you to get engaged in this mission of gender equality, never forgetting that there are many, many other challenges that have been made invisible and erased that need to work hand in hand. Otherwise, we'll end up just, looking forward, but forgetting our past, and we can never step forward like this. So thank you very much. It's my honor and pleasure to be here. Thank you, Monica. Yeah, we need more women like Joyce to, wear those amazing and inspiring energies. Now let us start our first panel, which is market trends, and we'll hear about the market trends, which are fundamental for the entrepreneurs to identify opportunities and to innovate their businesses and get adapted to after changes in the sector. So I would like to invite Inácia Soares. She's a journalist and editor, and she's one of the presenters of the Business Table broadcast program. And Inácia, welcome. We would like to invite Cristiana Amaral. She's a partner at Ernst Young and leader of the retail sector for South America. We also would like to invite Nina Ploger, president of Forbes Women Agro, and Catherine Petit, the general Director of Moët Hennessy Brazil. Welcome, and I wish you a great discussion. Thank you, Deborah. Good morning. Welcome to our panel, those of you who are here in this room with us, and those of you who are connected to us remotely. So, welcome. And we have so many countries following us, which is a wonderful opportunity to have you all gathered and with this incredible women here opening this panel, which is important for any business, which is to pay attention to what is going out there, what's going on out there in the market. So it's an honor to be here with you. And those of you who've registered in the very beginning in the WeFORUM saw that Rosangela Lara was going to be ahead of this debate. She is the newsroom's director, but given a very important agenda of the week, she had to remain in São Paulo to keep on with her job, and I came to replace her. And when I am in face of a wonderful panel, what I can tell you is that when we have incredible women like those, we try to be very streamlined with our conversation. So let us start by offering the opportunity for an audience that might be somewhat heterogeneous and might not know the details of your own stories. So, Christiane, if you could please tell us a little bit more about yourself. And are we just keeping track of time? Are we? Oh, who knows? Maybe we can get some, extra minutes. It's such, a short panel for, too many incredible women. So let's start with the foundation date of Ernest Young and basic information so that we understand where your business stand, to the minds of people here. So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you again. Monica and the whole team, thank you very, very much for the invite. And it's a pleasure to be here with Nina and Catherine. Well, the EY, that it's a consulting company and audit company that has activities in more than 120 countries. In Brazil only, we have 8,000 people, and I lead the health and consumption that includes consumption, retail, agribusiness, and which is very important here to us all. And all the so it's a huge team, huge responsibilities. Yeah, well, and huge opportunities as well here in Latin America. There we go. So, what about you? How can you tell us about your trajectory and your story? Well, good morning. I just wanted to reinforce that it's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here, and I'm very touched whenever I take part on, women events like this, and it makes me really rejoice. Well, Moet Hennessy is the beverage branch of the HAEM. And so we have champagne, cognac, wines, and sparkling wine. And in Brazil, Moet Hennessy has basically distributes all this portfolio, but the number one brand is Chandon. Chandon, which is the Brazilian sparkling wine, which is produced in the city of Garibaldi in the south of the country, and it's over 50% of our revenue and yeah, for the Brazilian market. And you had the chance to sip it yesterday, and so it's the company is based in São Paulo for wines, Chandon, sparkling wines, and we have a winery in Vinhedo with 100 people and another office with approximately 100 staff. And I'm the general director of the Moët Hennessy here in Brazil. Wow! So it's actually it's the largest luxury goods company of the world. What about you? Nina, tell us a little bit more about you and your sector. Well, thank you. Yeah, we are so enthusiastic and excited with everything we saw yesterday and certainly what we'll see today. So congratulations, Monica, and all the female leadership. And I'm the president of Forbes Women Agro, but our family business is Melhoramentos. It's a young startup, 35 years old, that has been founded by German immigrants. We are based here in Minas Gerais, in the city of Camanducaia, and we have been using the cellulose fiber. And Forbes, you know it well. I mean, it's about the lifestyle, the ranking of the richest people in the world. It's very well known for that. But the axis of agro and leadership was recently developed in 2023 only. So we've started with this movement. And it's the only chapter of Forbes that is directed to women. 5 to 5 at the moment. We could grow bigger, but we are trying to just be careful on our way ahead. And you know, we are publishers, and Melhoramentos is pulp and paper, and we have news coming up, but it's very soon. Well, and this is obviously things that the managers and the leaders have to be, very attentive to. And marketing is not only, advertising the product and the service. It's actually looking at the market. It's interpreting the trends, and of course, customizing something which is fit for that purpose. And so maybe we could we can start with you, Catherine, in this 5-year perspective. Nina, rather. Yeah, okay, so let me start with this data. 8 million people in the world with 10 million tons of nature-based products to those 8 billion people. So out of those 10 billion, 6 billion are food and 4 billion are nature-based products, but that are directed, but not for internal intake, like eucalyptus fibers. And we should be soon reaching, 10 to 12 billion people in the world. And we know that the resources, and we have other planets where we do not have, intelligent life, we think. And when I say a world, we have the evolution of many species. And in this growing world, I mean, the resources of our world can collapse very soon. And Europe has already eliminated styrofoam and plastic, and so it's really very seldomly seen. And we are about to inaugurate a plant in June, and the government is going to be happy. It's in Camanducaia, so there's a new plant coming up. And we have this cellulose fiber package, and it's degradable, and you can just have it on your backyard in a flower pot, and it's going to be fully degraded. And what is it going to be used for? Well, the target, section are food industry. So if do you know that ready-to-eat lasagna, for instance, that the paper gets to let's say softened, and so ours is more resistant, and it can be heated up to 220 degrees centigrades without any deformation.
Yeah, which is a little bit of, the whole idea is that if you increase consumption, then you have to have other sustainable options around so that you can address the, needs from our communities and society. Yes, and Forbes runs a lot of surveys about that. I mean, I've been following you on your social media presence. Lots of really current stuff. And they also connect with data that are produced by governments and other institutions, which is actually great because this allows you guys to be always up to speed in the decisions that you have to make. Okay, so let's maybe move in this direction. So Catherine, why not talk about some new stuff? I mean, you talked about Moët Chandon, which I have the impression many might not have known, that this was actually developed here in Brazil by Brazilian experts, which is truly nice. So let's talk a little about trends. So anything new coming up in the horizon? Are you picking up new consumption habits, which you're trying to bring into the company to further develop new products to do that? So what's the future for what you do? Well, some 4 years ago, we actually introduced a big novelty at Chandon, which is our sparkling wines, because Chandon is actually, say, the grandchild of Moet and Chandon. So the French who thought about it, they realized that in other parts of the world, you have to have the land and the climate that will allow us to produce grapes that are perfect for sparkling wine. So the folks from France left. They first came down to Argentina in Mendoza, and they opened up Chandon, Argentina. Then they moved to Brazil as well, in the Gaucho range, to open Chandon, Brazil. Then they also went to California, and they opened also a plant in the Napa Valley, then to Australia. Oh, so we have other countries as well. Yeah, we do. And the two, say, offsprings that we have are also India and China. So yes, we now have 6 wineries in the world, which are actually, say, from Chandon, which are the grandchildren of Moet and Chandon in France, although they're not called Champagne because they are not made from grapes from Champagne, but they're made with the same technique in places with similar weather and paying the same attention to quality. So you have a global brand, which is, however, distributed locally and also produced locally. Yes, and that kind of customization is very important because in each country, Chandon very much wanted to talk to local consumers, consumers from each one of these countries in which we are. So in Brazil specifically, 4 years ago, we revisited everything about our positioning and also even about the packaging of our products, because in the past, it looked a lot like champagne, although it was not champagne, and we weren't sure as to how we should position ourselves. But what we said, look, this is actually ridiculous, because one of the pillars and one of the values that we have at Chandon is the proud to be Brazilian. So we decided then to develop a whole new brand identity with a vertical strip in which we wrote Chandon, and also on the label we mentioned it, Brazil. So number one pillar and a value that we wish to promote is the proud to be Brazilian. So yes, we do have our roots down south in Brazil, but we obviously embrace every Brazilian city as we introduce our brand. Second value, which is also very important for our consumers, is the work around sustainability that we do, which is actually a big subject. Nina was also talking about it earlier. We have to protect our planet, and to do that, everything starts in the winery, with the grapes. So we do work a lot with sustainability initiatives. We were actually the first winemakers to be certified in Brazil. I'm actually curious about that certification because we know in the companies who've been through that or who are in the process of getting those certificates, it takes a lot of work. And since you work in an industry which also involves a bit of a, say, handicraft element to it as you produce your drinks. What was this process like? I mean, did it take a while until it got those certificates? Because there are processes which are, I don't know, centuries old. I mean, you've been producing these drinks for quite some time and quite competently as well. And there's lots of adjustments, I believe, in terms of the soil, the grapes. So how long did it take for you to be accredited? It was actually a lot of years of work, because to change these techniques, you have to look at how you prune the yes, we so started actually doing that before you went for the certification. Yes, it's been at least 10 years that we've been changing our practices in our own wineries. And I got here in 2020, and when I saw all the work that had been done, I said, look, but you have to communicate that, because this is really something that we have here in Brazil. But Brazilians tend to be sometimes a little too humble. They forget to talk about the good things they've done. So I said to my team, look, we have to communicate that. And this is actually the year in which we were able to get that certification. After that, they certified our winery. And in 2022, we launched our first sparkling wine with grapes coming 100% from our vineyards and also going through our certified plan. So we have the first sparkling wine which was certified as a sustainable sparkling wine in Brazil. I see. So is it your own operation or do you outsource production? Because to make sure that certification happens all the way from the start of the operation, I think they have to have a lot of control over the entire production chain. Yes, we do actually. We are the owners of our own vineyards. It's located actually in Cruzilhada do Sul, which is on the west of, to the west of Porto Alegre, the capital from the state of Rio Grande do Sul. So 30% of our grapes come from in Cruzilhada. So we have some sparkling wines which are produced only with these grapes. And the rest, 70% of it, is actually grapes that we source from small farmers, which is also an important value for us because our third value, by the way, is that diversity and inclusion means to take care of local communities as well. And these small farmers, they sell their grapes to us. They've been doing it actually for 50 years, which is, how long we've been in Brazil. And yes, we have seen, farms changing hands between, grandparents, parents, and children. I see. So you do lots of customization, even though you are a global company, and you're always trying to produce specific solutions to, specific markets, and sustainability also as a key element. Okay, so Christian, maybe we should go to you now. So how do you see now as two trends or for the next 5 years? I think the starting point for that discussion has to do with understanding who your consumers are and understanding ourselves as well as human beings and what we're looking for. Because globally, I mean, if you look at all of the geopolitical issues that are now taking place, the global population became more concerned with the economy right now. And in Brazil and in Latin America, obviously, you have an even greater proportion of people worried about that. So globally, we moved from 40 to 60% of the global population now worried about their own purchase power. Do you think this is still an effect of a pandemic? No, not only because the pandemic has, is behind us now for quite some time. I mean, it did have another, set of effects upon us, which I might talk about later. But in Brazil, we are at about now 70% of people worried about their purchasing power. And during the pandemic, it was 90%. And what I say is that Brazilians kind of got used to crisis, and they are learning, therefore, to deal with it maybe better than other people, from other countries. So 70% of us now deeply worried about making sure that we're going to have the minimum that we need to survive. And because of that, in Brazil, consumer behavior is driven by 4 main points. One of them is customization, which is precisely the point that Catherine was just mentioning, meaning that Brazilians want to buy a product that is suitable for each of them, that is suitable to their needs. And Nina was also talking about sustainability. That's a second pillar, by the way, meaning that I want to buy products that are sustainable, that are good for the planet as well. So 80% of us are worried about sustainability. And people are also looking for customization and also ease of payment, easy transportation, reverse logistics. And also the fourth point is, well, health, basically. 92% are actually asking products to be healthy. And during the pandemic, a lot of people were worried about mental health, and this ended up being adapted now, or actually it shifted more to physical health, or the integration between, mind and body. And the trouble about that, guys, is that Brazilians want to have all 4 attributes, but they're not willing to pay a cent more for that, and we have to find out how to basically work that magic as well, industrialists, as business people. So we have that, say, those very high demands, but people are not willing to pay any more for that. And what's happening as a trend is that Brazilians are basically switching brands more quickly now. So if I'm buying, for instance, this jacket that I am wearing, and let's say that I used to buy jackets from a certain maker of jackets, but let's say that Catherine's, for instance, if it is actually less expensive than mine, and if it also suits my needs, I'm going to switch, and I'm never going back to this one here. So people are switching brands quite quickly. Also, you have lots of knockoff products being launched here. And in Brazil, another trend is that products or pre-used products are now beginning to be, sold again. So yes, reutilization of products. Yes, in a way, that's what it is. And everyone might have seen this product. There's actually a brand that is now selling like top brand products. And they're picking up products that are basically dumped in a desert because they don't want to lower the price for their products because consumers are simply not willing to pay anymore. So these issues are now shaping up a lot of businesses and the market as well, and everything that we have to do. And consumer market is very much driven by women, and that still requires an additional level of customization. So even though this is not something that is that widely seen, when you look at Adidas, for instance, today we have Flavia. She is the chairperson of Adidas in Latin America, and she's also part of the global board. They made lots of adjustments for the female market. When you add all of that up together, you really have to be very efficient. You have to have a lot of focus on the markets you're shooting for, because you're not going to be able to make everyone happy with everything that you do all the time, and selling it for a good price for you too. So these are trends that in a way are shaping up what companies are doing, and Nina and Catherine have just given us examples of that, and which we need to have in mind to be able to progress further in our markets and in the relationships that Brazil has between other Latin American countries and global countries and BRICS countries as well, which also have extremely strong cultural characteristics. There's a point that you brought up, and I'd like to hear the opinions of the two of you. You said that customer loyalty is harder to obtain, that they're trying out more. They're basically choosing based on price, and they're switching brands. So this means that entrepreneurs are looking for loyal clients. So how can you actually build client loyalty, or should you just forget about that and move on to another kind of strategy? Well, customer loyalty and customization, which is the first point that I alluded to, is very critical. And my recommendation is to have focus. Do not try to customize your products to the desires of every consumer possible. And do not try to keep customer loyalty in every single subset of the customer audience. So you should pick a specific profile. You should have focus in terms of products, in terms of markets as well. What about consumers? You have to think about the kind of value that you're adding to your consumers, but you have to identify who's going to be using those products, and you have to try to understand that group alone and not all other groups. Well, it will eventually get to a customer group, but it's all about the value you're trying to add. Let's say that you're trying to work with people who, say, appreciate health, for instance, or the health attributes of your products. And the idea is that you should work on an ecosystem and not only your own product. So if you're working on a more sustainable product, such as the one that Nina sells, and if you have an audience that will appreciate that, and which might pay, say, an extra, say, $1 when you're paying some lasagna because that's sustainable. And if she can connect that to people who enjoy the outdoors, who like plants, and who are basically going to think about how they might reutilize the package in which their products are sold, and if she can connect also to people who appreciate health, you basically produce to yourself an ecosystem in which you are able to produce a different consumer experience. And having that focus by identifying what you're trying to add value might also make it easier for your communication efforts. Oh yes, very much so. And loyalty building as well. You see, it's not maybe the first goal right away, but you have to do some work to ultimately get to customer loyalty precisely. And you have to understand that you have products which will be more vulnerable to people switching to other brands, which is the case of apparel. That's the number one type of product that people basically switch with, and also cleaning products. And Brazilians tend to, for instance, alcohol, incredibly, Brazilians will be very loyal. Okay, Catherine, you're going to be the last to talk. So Nina, looking at loyalty building, which is what every company would like to have, to have those customers who buy from you on a recurring basis. So what can you do to have, say, those big fans of your brands? Well, I think that those challenges go beyond that, because you have to think about the entire supply chain, because I'm one of the links in this supply chain, and it goes beyond that, because the end consumer, to me, can actually be rather challenging to obtain. And when you talk about your supply chain, you should also be mindful of regulatory issues. And today, given everything that we discussed in sustainability, and given the things that we're talking about the world, we have some regulations and laws. We have first a forestry code in agribusiness, meaning that you cannot simply remove all vegetation. You have actually to preserve some original vegetation. So you have to bring into the company the entire supply chain, and you have to think about scopes 1, 2, 3. You have to think about circular economy, which is something that alluded to. The packaging that I have to do whenever I'm selling, say, a pesticide. it has to be sold in a plastic package, and you must also include in the invoice the ways in which you should handle it, and you have to return it to the place where you bought it, and all of that is tracked. Let's say that I'm selling my package to your company, which is a food business. Your company will have to generate a sustainability report for the year in which you bought products from me, and everything that we included there, which you required of your suppliers in your supply chain. You have to basically provide evidence that you did it, and you also have to either apply or explain it. So even before all of that, before you get to those challenges of, meeting the needs of your clients and their expectations. It's all about managing expectations, by the way. You have to take care of every one of the processes along the way, and which are also tied to legal requirements. Because if you don't do that, it's pointless, because you're not going to even be able to have your products sold in a supermarket, for instance. Let me talk about something that happened a few years ago in agribusiness, which is actually quite good for consumers down the line, which is you began to reveal or to describe the production process via those QR codes, which would connect you to movie clips showing the story of farmers or stories of workers. And you can basically tell them about what that product was before it made the shelves of supermarkets. So when it comes to building customer loyalty and sometimes sharing information about your production process, because to people who are living in big cities, it can be somewhat fuzzy and nebulous, if you will. Does that help at all with customer loyalty? In governance, what we say is that transparency is your greatest asset. So I think, and again, and in Brazil, guys, I think that we really have to be very, very transparent. And I think that when you put that to use in your entire supply chain, making it all the way to the end consumer, you're really giving them some additional reassurance. And not only that, you're actually proving that you're not afraid of being transparent. And we saw a lot of good examples in Brazil, from folks from livestock, for instance, and who raise cattle and feed lots. Because when you talk about agribusiness, we are actually connecting agriculture and industry, because everything that you eat or that you buy in your big cities, it comes from agriculture at some point. So we have to be mindful of that. And in the U.S., it's not only about traceability from production all the way to consumption, but now in December, there's actually a third wave coming in which you have to identify precisely where it came from, meaning like the whole path that product had to trail until it reached the hands of consumers, looking at everything that might be somehow harmful to human beings. So all food products and medication, anything that might actually, cause another pandemic. I hope it won't happen, and I have to knock on wood for that not to happen. I come from Bahia, guys, so bear with me. So you have to prove and provide evidence online. If I ask you, for instance, so where does this product come from? Because, you can buy it at the supermarket, obviously, but you have to be able to trace it back to its origins as well. AI today made it a lot easier, by the way. And Catherine, while you're thinking about your answer, let me see how much time we have, because that timer is kind of messing me up a little bit. Can you tell me, is it, 5 minutes that we have? Because it's kind of refreshing every question. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to do here.
So do we still have time for another question, or are we up? Oh, my God. So, Katrina, you're going to be the last one. Anyway. Yeah. No, where should we complain? Who should we complain to? Monica? Anyway, so we're going to be, pushed out of here anyway. So based on everything that Nina and Christiane said of, just being, focused on the client, what is your strategy, or what has been your strategy throughout all those years in the brand that you represent, and extrapolating to other brands, maybe in terms of, loyalty strategies and so on? In reality, what was very well put by both Chris and Nina is the following. The client lies at the very center. So we need to understand who they are and the evolution, the progress that they have been making, especially if we compare prices and so on. So this is point number one. And point number two is around identifying the values of your brand. So the brands of our group are very coveted, desired for people, have, shiny eyes whenever they look at it. So we save, just to buy them. So it's not really a matter of being the cheapest, but rather the more coveted or desired one. So, and sharing this is very important for us to share the value. So it's very important for you to invest on quality, on transparency, because consumers are smart and they can't be deceived. And all that has been said, and I'm not going to, and I fully agree, I couldn't agree more with you. Now, what we do is, because you see, the product per se, or the product only, is not enough. The whole experience is what really matters. So we have to provide them with a very positive experience, because the experience definitely offers and provides them with the possibility to understand more about the history. And then we say, well, we get to the shelf and we see that product and the competition, and so they will immediately connect emotionally with that brand. So I'll give you two quick examples. Chandon, for instance, we, are based on the South, but especially after the pandemic, we built our brand identity. We decided to bring the wineries to the city. So we created the Chandon House. Yeah, guys, you don't miss it. You have to go. And then inside that house, we welcome the consumers, and we have the wine culture, the sommelier professor, and most of them are actually women who do the harvesting, because they are more careful, because they have lighter hands. And not only for that, but actually because it's a very poor region, and it's a formal contract. So for some of them, it's actually the only time of the year when they will have a job and an occupation with some income. And this is all manual harvest, and this is very important. So this is explained and clarified, and then we have the tasting experience. The enologist comes, and the wine expert comes, and some people say, no, I'm not a wine connoisseur, and so on. But it really doesn't matter. It's what really matters is to, being pleased by the experience, and harmonization and matching, with the cuisine, and always with Brazilian artists and so on. So consumers, they leave the house extremely pleased and happy. And how does that happen? I mean, it's usually once a year, and so it's the first edition took place in São Paulo, 2 weeks, and it was really a very successful experience. And Brazil is not only São Paulo, so that's an important thing. So the following year we went to Rio, then Recife. Last year we were in Brasilia, and we will continue with this road show. So Belo is, we hope, is going to be included at some point. Yes, it will. My apologies, girls, for, the very short, time. And I'm so optimistic because we had, this bunch of questions here. But anyway, next time. Thank you. Thank you. A pleasure. And thank you all for all your contributions. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, next time we're going to have a 1.5-hour panel just for us. No, fantastic. We were here. Yeah, amazing moderation, Inácia. Thank you. Okay, next time, 1.5 hours. Okay. So are you happy? Yeah. So let's please just gather at the center of the stage for an official picture. Because it has been an amazing panel, and it definitely deserves to be remembered. And so we talked about market trends, and we will now, so thank you once again. And we'll have now the moment of leadership and mobilization. We would like to invite Carla Pinheiro. She is the chair of the Versão board for women. And again, another 5-minute moment of leadership and mobilization. Carla, welcome. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be here. It's really very rewarding and gratifying to be in this, amazing place, a place of exchange with so many incredible women sharing their experiences and inspiring our trajectory even further. So let me express my gratitude to Monica, a dear friend, for the invite. And she's not only a work partner on this journey, dreams and challenges, but she, as above everything, became a real friend. And to talk about leadership and mobilization, I wanted to share with you my experience ahead of the entrepreneurial women board of women in the Versão in Rio de Janeiro. 2 years. I mean, we are still crawling, but anyway, this group has been a change catalyzer since its launch in 2022. 33 professionals altogether, C-level women, unions, leaders that represent 14 different industrial sectors or segments of the state of Rio de Janeiro. Great diversity and representativeness. And we have been devoting our efforts to gender equality and a more inclusive entrepreneurial environment or corporate environment. And our pillars are fostering and supporting female entrepreneurship and promoting professional development actions for women and looking forward to gender equality, especially in the leadership positions. Women represent 25% of the workforce of the industry. And out of those, only 29% are in leadership positions, according to the data that have been lately presented by the CNI, that is presided by Monica Monteiro. So the board has been trying to change this landscape because we want leader women to be the rule instead of the exception. And throughout those years, I want to highlight some actions in which the board has been engaged, like They in the Industry, Elas na Indústria in Portuguese, and this was carried out in a partnership with Joyce Trindade. She was the city councillor who spoke in the last leadership and mobilization episode, and this was exclusive for cis and trans women in different segments of the industry, segments that until not that long ago were dominated by men. And it is with a lot of pride that we train women specialized in welding and oil and gas workshops and so on. So it is very gratifying for us to see that we are offering them the opportunity for them to, get specialized in something that they really, love to do. And we see that sometimes they are pretty much pressed, towards, doing things that are not natural. And sometimes they want to be bricklayers, welders, instead of working, in a beauty salon or something. And with regards to entrepreneurship, we also work with the state council, and there is a partnership with the fair called Sou do Rio, and this was actually, Isabel, pretty much inspired in the Acolhida operation. Versão was invited to pay a visit so that we knew the reality of those women, because we have been witnessing the arrival of many migrating women who are heads of their families, and they wanted, a side of a job. Many of them are entrepreneurs. Many of them are looking forward to having an opportunity to showcase their products, their services, and they simply wouldn't have it. So, and during the W20, their voice was really touching. We are in the Brazilian soil, but we don't want to live out of social support. We want to produce our our own income. We want to just go out there and work. And we have this brand, which is called Sou do Rio. And so we carried out this event, Sou do Rio Entrepreneur Women. And so it was wonderful. And they tried to expose and how to talk and communicate with the potential client, with the Brazilian client, with the client from Rio de Janeiro. So it was a delivery that really made us very, very proud. Count on us. We've also launched the Gender and Diversity program in companies, another reason of great pride because we could contribute and have an impact on other elements of the industry. So we have the first class ready and the second class in progress at the moment. And those students and we believe that we need to give a special message to men, especially in this, at the shop. They need to be our sponsors, as they are, as they have been. And once they, got all this learning from the diversity trail, they are now helping us to implement projects, changing the organizational culture. When the entrepreneurial board of women was set up, Firjan made it very clear that this was a very special subject for the Federation. We wanted to increase women autonomy and transforming the labor market into a more equal and fair environment, and also a space for us to talk about violence against women that unfortunately has been growing not only domestically in Brazil but also around the world. And in order for us to occupy those spaces and to become even more visible, we need to be alive and healthy. So this is another agenda that we have been offering our support together with many other women. We do mobilizations and demonstrations against violence against women and other initiatives. So despite all the progress, we still have a long way to go. And 83% of the leadership positions are occupied by men, according to the data presented in the Panorama Women 2023. And we saw just last week a presentation, and according to them, we would still need another 300 years to reach equality, but we simply cannot afford waiting another 3 centuries. We have our children, we have our sisters, our nieces, and so on and so forth. So we have to keep on fighting, and we will not give up. That's why we are gathered here this morning. We have presidents of federations. We want to have more women taking seats on the boards, having startups without having the need, to have a man as the forefront of the startup in order to be able to capture funds. And this is a reality. How many startups are led by women and can get their grants? We want to have more women in science, and in particular to have them acknowledged as women who are capable of producing science and technology. Lindalia, my dear friend, 15 days ago was awarded the prize of girls, women and mothers in science. And I was sure she was going to get it, but she herself was somewhat, surprised. WeFORUM is the strategic forum for us to gather and to unite and to move forward with the gender equality, because we will only be able to do that if we collaborate so that next generations won't have to go through all that again. So we are the groundbreakers. We are the first federation president. We are the first CFO, the first CEOs, but the commitment we make is not to be the last, so that we will not step backwards instead, but rather forward. And we are going to occupy those leadership positions. And once we are up there, we are going to drag with us other women so they can move and keep on stepping up. This is our duty, and it's with union, respect, and courage that we'll keep on blazing this trail without leaving any of us behind. Thank you, and I wish you a wonderful day. Thank you, Carla, very much. So, just moving ahead with our program, we are now going to welcome leaderships that have a deeper look over the female scenario on the industrial sector. Our creative industry will tackle this panel is going to tackle the need for change and strengthening in order to guarantee further development. So for that, we would like to invite Deborah Ivanov, who's a full member of the Council of Cinema of the Ministry of Culture. Welcome, Deborah. We also would like to invite Rosie Rainha. She's a Sebrae superintendent from the Federal District. And Shadi Zinedine, please come to the stage. She's a creative industry consultant for MENA, Middle East and North Africa. And Janaína Augustin, who's a communications strategist at Gulen Entertainment and a consultant of generating artificial intelligence. We are going to invite Patricia Muratori, Regional Director of YouTube LATAM. So, a round of applause. And last but not least, Fabiana Trindade. She's the founding secretary of Ancine. So I wish you an excellent discussion. Well, let me start by saying that it's a great pleasure to take part on this forum, and special thanks should be given to Monica for offering us this privileged space to talk about creative economy. And creative economy is definitely one of the fastest growing economies all over the world, and according to the Conference of United Nations on Commerce and Development, only in global exports, $250 billion, and it is responsible for over 30 million job positions all over the world. So creative economy is a key element for the new setup of the global economy, given its ability to promote economic value and welfare, social welfare. Here in Brazil, it accounts for 230 billion reals, which corresponds to something like $40 billion, and corresponds to 3% of our GDP. And in between 2012 and 2020, the GDP of the economy of culture and creative industries went up 72%, whilst the overall went up 50%. So we definitely had a growth rate which was far beyond the others. In 2023, that sector has recorded an expansion of 4% in the creation of job positions, which was, 2 times bigger than the other areas, creating 500,000 job positions. 7.5 million jobs in the over 130,000 formal companies registered here in Brazil. And the forecast is that we should have another 1 million jobs created, and that would, jump us to 8.5 million jobs in 2030. And the average salary is around 50% higher to the average of the Brazilian economy. So the National Observatory of the Industry of the National Industry Confederation, the CNI, points that the expectation for the future is that 1 among every 4 new jobs created in the next years will take place in the creative economy sectors. And so today we are going to tackle the trends of this economy that is so robust, we can see by the figures.
We're also going to talk about near future perspectives and the opportunities that are opening up now for women. So let me thank all of you for being here with us today, since this is the subject we're going to be discussing. And I'm going to start with you, Rose. And I'd like you to talk about some of the initiatives undertaken by SEBRAE. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm really happy to be with you today. I thank you also, Monica and Ana Claudia, for inviting me to be with you guys today. So I hail from SEBRAE, and SEBRAE is a service that we have in Brazil to support micro and small businesses. And I work in the Federal District of Brasilia. I'm the superintendent for our office there. And we are organized and present in every Brazilian state. And SEBRAE today, I mean, the numbers as of today, if I can read them here, we have taken care of 21 million. This is our audience, by the way, or total target audience. 21.8 million small and micro businesses all over Brazil. That's our target audience. Our main challenge, however, is to improve what these little and small companies can do and enhance their skills. 374,000 companies are located in the Federal District of Brasilia. If we look at the creative economy, and specifically for the Federal District of Brasilia, which is where we have the federal capital of the Republic of Brazil, we have an office. Actually, Brasilia was first designed to be a city of politics, but today we feel a pressing need to actually change the economy of the Federal District and to change the way it is seen more specifically, because it's a city that no longer lives off of, say, the salaries of civil servants working there. It's a city designed to house 500,000 people. Today we have more than 3 million people living there. So SEBRAE is working very hard so that small business owners can hone their skills. And the creative economy is one of the main areas through which we are trying to drive improvements in the economy of the city. Today, if you look at the DIESE survey, the Federal District of Brasilia is actually the second largest city in Brazil in terms of economic performance in the creative economy business. First, you have Rio de Janeiro, and Brasilia ranked second looking at the creative economy. Really? Yes, that's recent data from that, and that's really great, isn't it? It's truly wonderful, because, I mean, I had no idea that Brasilia would be that powerhouse in the creative industry. Yes, and we have been working really hard there. And by the way, Brasilia, we recently mapped it out. We have more than 70 festivals, like cultural festivals, happening in the city. Many of them are pretty well known. And you have, the Brasilia Monteweek Festival, for instance, which brings audiences from various different countries. We also have a festival which is called On the Beach, even though we don't have a beach in Brasilia. Yes, also cinema festivals. You're right about that. We have quite a few of them as well. Some of them are for like really specific niches, such as rap and others, but more than 70 happen there every year. So we see in Brasilia a true possibility of businesses growing around that. And in addition to providing business owners with support, last year, with the help of other business institutions in Brazil, we designed this meeting, which is called Inspire. And this is a 12-day-long meeting in which we, organize all sorts of gatherings for this whole, say, umbrella of companies. So we have the government of the Federal District supporting us, also the legislature, and a lot of presence also from businesses which operate locally to, further, grow the creative industry. Can I keep going? Yes, you can. I mean, we're going to learn everything from you. Because SEBRAE is very much known for providing support to small and micro businesses. Yes, we do that via consulting services, also mentoring. We keep track of small businesses and business owners, from the day they think about opening their businesses to the day they, well, think about maybe even closing it, right? Because the idea is to actually further develop those businesses. And in creative economy, people oftentimes think that creativity lies like in the center of everything. And yeah, it does, but you need to have some management skills as well. And that's where Sebrae lends a hand, right? Yes, you're exactly right. As they think about how to open those businesses and develop them, we're there to help them. And we also provide help by means of our missions as well. We recently took a group of business owners to SXSW, which took place in Texas. It's a big fair, it's a big event for music more specifically, and also cinema and innovation in more general. It's actually one of the largest meetings in the world, right? And from the creative economy, innovation, technology. Yeah, and it's actually different from other events that you might have been to. Yeah, it's gigantic. So I had a chance to be there from even before they started the meeting. I arrived 2 days earlier. It's in Texas, right? Yes, in Austin, Texas, all the way to the meeting itself, and the city kind of transforms around it. That area closer, it's a lot of really interesting things going on. You have big companies, you have small companies, and you also have lots of countries present there, people from all different cities. We actually had a booth there called the São Paulo House. São Paulo is the largest city in Brazil, and Brazil takes lots of representatives to this meeting. And we were there to support everyone. And just to, again, wrap up that point that I was trying to make about this meeting, people there were discussing leadership also, and leadership skills in the world of innovation and technology as we are making progress. And they were discussing the role of leadership in general. So there's a lot of interesting presentations about it there. And in general, what they were discussing in this meeting is that, humans are not going to be replaced. But if you look at skills and competencies, people need to develop new skills and competencies, and specifically leadership skills, while you're using new technologies as well. And it was really interesting. We had a lot of other insights that we were able to gather from that meeting about innovation too, because something that is new today, this morning, maybe in the afternoon, it's going to be old, right? There's going to be a new tool around. And what about the impact of that mission? How much of an impact did you feel from it, or did you measure from it? Were they excited? Yes, people were very excited. We had a chance to take a pretty diverse group from the creative economy, as I said, and but from wide-ranging areas. So it was actually a nice experience to those of us who were there with them, because we kind of saw, new interests cropping up and the kind of stuff that they were looking for, because it's more than 1,000 presentations that they deliver, I think, and during a 6-day event or so. So it's really a lot of presentation, tens of them happening simultaneously. So obviously we had people helping them around so that they wouldn't be lost. And sometimes they would basically go all over the place, and each one of them try to cater to their own specific interests and needs. But when we got together, and the amount of growth that we saw in them was really huge. So there's going to be a lot of good stuff actually coming up as they're here again. So when you talk about creative economy, what comes up to mind is usually fashion, sometimes handicrafts, and cinema maybe. But more and more, it's expanding. The meaning of it, specifically as we introduce innovation and technology, and it's been kind of like a driving force too in terms of employability, economic development. So how is it that the Sebrae has been, looking at that too? Well, we work in every part of the supply chain, and at Sebrae, we're also working with designers, more specifically, who are also a part of the creative economy. And Brasilia is actually a city that is a World Heritage City by the UNESCO, and specifically for design, because of that, architectural design and the like. And just so you have an idea, we are, a lot of the work that we do in creative economy and involving designers and architects, we're taking that back to the schools as well. The Sebrae has just launched a big contest in which design students and architecture students will write an essay, and also it could be poetry too, in which they talk about the city and the creative economy. So we're basically trying to take that back into the schools as well. In every level of education, actually, not only college students, we have been talking quite a bit about the creative economy, which is, again, as you said, it's kind of like an umbrella term. And for us, sometimes we might consider, okay, so is this also a part of creative economy? Should it be in there? But it's about popularizing something that is sometimes, old. It's been around for a long time, but it can also be new, since a lot is now included when we talk about creative economy. Thank you. Thank you. And congratulations on the job you've done. It's truly amazing stuff. Well, thank you for inviting me to be here. Okay, I'd like to talk a little to Patricia Muratori now. She is the CEO of, actually, regional director of YouTube for Latin America. Yes, I'm the regional director, as they call it, for YouTube Latin America. And YouTube, I'm thinking to myself, on YouTube you have like music, you have movies, you have education, you have news, you have live broadcast, you have all sorts of content being produced, well, by the users themselves, mostly. And YouTube is also a big driver, a big engine in the creative economy. I'd like you to please talk a little about that and about the job that YouTube does in terms of, because it capitalizes on a lot of different opportunities. If you could please go over that business model, maybe trends you're picking up now. Interesting. So first, let me thank you for inviting me to be here. And, because we have to think about what we do as women, right? As sometimes mothers, daughters, and members of boards and organizations, and as a person who works in a big media platform in Latin America, I'm really interested by the discussions that are taking place here, which are truly critical for Brazil and our society as well. And I'm also very happy to see, this panel about the creative economy, and to have YouTube included in that conversation, because sometimes when people look at entrepreneurship and the economy, many times, as a matter of fact, in a more, say, traditional setting, people tend to think about, different industries or more traditional industries the way we have always, given employment to people, right? And YouTube plays a very important role in this whole behavioral change as we talk about, the cultural transformations that we're going through, but also YouTube has been around for 20 years. It's kind of like a young adult now. Yeah, 20 years. Can you believe that? Emblematic to make it to this age. And as you think about everything that happened since it all began and the changes that have happened in the consumption patterns of video watching, and this is what YouTube became or was born. It was actually a 19-second video that was posted some 20 years ago. This is how it started. And it might actually be recognized as a video repository, but it actually evolved. Even though it was originally thought to do that, it works in an ecosystem which is based on a tripod to those who produce and make content, to those who are actually consuming that content, for those who are investing in it as well. And that tripod has to work in a sustainable and healthy manner for everyone. This is how we believe it should work, and this is how we keep investing on that platform, so that it is an environment of growth, while it is also responsible as it grows, specifically as we look at the progress that we have seen in technology. And as we think about Brazil, for instance, as a country, Brazil is one actually of the largest countries for YouTube in the world. And yeah, it's truly amazing, isn't it? Yes, it is. And the role of digital technologies specifically. And to make it happen, we have to keep investing in technology, information technology, and people as well. But as you look at Brazil and how much creative potential this country has, with technology and with innovation and with AI, we are in a, and also if you add that to having a platform that basically showcases whatever you do at a global level, we really have an opportunity to grow exponentially, as we take advantage of Brazilian creativity. Because as you look at it 20 years ago from that first video that was posted on the platform and looking at what it is today, we can actually measure the impact that we produce. And we are talking about entrepreneurship in this meeting and about how we can contribute for the growth of a nation. We're actually running a new survey. This is an independent survey that we're running with Oxford Economics. In 2023, YouTube contributed with more than 4 billion reais to the Brazilian GDP. Yes, more than 120,000 jobs also, and we see that as something that produces really tangible results. The stories also that we're able to capture from that. I'm going to mention a few, which also include women entrepreneurs, and many of whom actually started working on YouTube, and then they grew onto other platforms as well, or maybe they were working on a physical world and moved here. And many of them who were working originally in Brazil, and they are now out in the world. And this is how we measure success, because it's an ecosystem that has to be fed back. And many of you might know some of these names, such as Natalia Arcuri, who first started working with her project on YouTube because she tried actually to do this on traditional media outlets. She couldn't. She moved to YouTube, and today, she employs a lot of people. She has a business out of that, her own training programs, and she is a person who works from Brazil to the rest of the world. Also, Rafaela Xavier, she used to do her videos. She's basically she works with braids, and she would braid women's hair. She actually specialized in Afro braiding, and then she opened a channel because the pandemic, hit everyone. She didn't have anyone else to take care of. She started off this channel, and now she has more than 50,000 clients. Really? Yes. That's great visibility. She actually became a mentor of other braid workers, and she currently has a salon, and she employs people. Right? So that change, that shift in terms of how we think about entrepreneurship in the creative industry is very important. So to be here means a lot. It's truly emblematic. Having a panel and actually having YouTube as a platform, thinking about the creative ecosystem in terms of employability and as a potential venue to really help improve the status of a country with creators which are trying to show what they're trying to do. We're actually creating businesses here too, following all sorts of different models. Yes, you're right about that. Truly diverse, and it's gigantic what you have done. That example of the braid worker. There's many others too, and that gave her visibility which she simply couldn't have before. Yes, and at YouTube, we do not believe in having like a platform that applies to only one place. It's not about the format, if it's going to be a short or a long video, if it should be a live broadcast, or if it should be a podcast. What matters is actually the content. That's the biggest creative asset that we have there, and it actually unfolds into various different formats, because if you pursue only one format, you end up losing on the essence, which is looking at whoever is buying or consuming actually that content. And this is why it's working. Surveys out there show that YouTube, in the US for instance, they show YouTube as the most used platform for podcast, also live broadcast like soccer matches. But YouTube is not a niche thing, right? Because when you have like 50,000 clients, and this is Rafaela Xavier, or having 5 million students on Gis's channel. Gis is a math teacher. This is not niche anymore. This is true impact down the line, and this is connections too, right? Track connections. Yes, we launched our platform for training courses because we've had a lot of interesting partnerships, and the idea is to really, generate wider access to all that knowledge. Can you please tell us a little bit more about that training course platform? Well, the thing is, we saw that the creators who work with us, and this is actually, people who produce all sorts of content. Sometimes they are teachers, sometimes they are trainers themselves, and I'm talking about like sports trainers, for instance, people who have knowledge also in food and cooking. And the idea was to basically provide people with a different medium to communicate what they are interested in communicating. Because you as a user, you want to have an environment in which you have less distractions or fewer distractions, so you can actually focus on. You have your specific playlists also, which actually allow you to get to the content you're interested in, and content which sometimes you need to add to the contents that you're actually using inside and outside of our platform. So we began to sign up some really interesting partnerships so as to expand the ways in which we transform society as well. We just launched with a so-called a partnership which was specific for training courses. And we've also launched and expanded this to creators of all sorts of contents and verticals in our platform. This is wonderful because we see YouTube also as a source of tutorials for anything we might be looking at. Yeah, but it's interesting to see also the education element, because YouTube ended up, yeah, and that's truly valuable. Yes, and this is according to teachers. The YouTube actually began the largest classroom in the world, and we see a lot of interesting examples in it, which is teachers who basically adjusted their language to talk to their students via YouTube. Yeah, because I mean, you shouldn't be trying to push content in a way that you are as if you were in a classroom, because it's different. Yes, and it's also like a way for them to, learn how to connect to this, bigger world of students. Yes, and I can only be very proud to be here representing our platform and to, work in it, because it's a very interesting, arrangement of things, the vastness of content and creators, but the possibility of helping them turn content into true business and having them employing people, transforming the lives of more people by sharing their, biggest asset, which is their creativity, their, say, human way of doing things, and through technology reaching millions, thousands to millions of people is truly rewarding.
And you see, there's and also a work of counseling and support to those who are interested in, entering this universe, because there are many users who would love to be there, to be represented in this platform, but they don't know how to get there. So do you offer that support? Yes, we do indeed. And if you think of it, I mean, it's so dynamic that we get, easily lost. More than 500 hours of, content that is generated, and so many, influencers. And in Brazil, of course, it's no different, since this is one of the largest countries and, still growing. All around the world, over 2 billion users. So there's 500 hours of videos, and per minute. And in Brazil, 120 million Brazilian people connected. So I checked here on those data, and this was January 2023, right? So it might, it's possibly much bigger than that now. Yeah, and keeping up with that, it's amazing. It's very important. We have different levels of services to be offered, but we have some more scalable services. And because we've been out there for the last 20 years and learning with those who got it right and the ones who got it wrong as well. And so we basically try to implement that aphorism that you have to basically test, and if you have to try to make your mistakes quickly in order to get right quickly as well. So the growth and the strategy changes, they actually exist based on those who are not only consuming but creating. And the sector that is the TV screen is really what is growing. So being here is very important for us to, crash those myths. And we've seen many contents in the traditional media, but that are also present on the TV screen. So, and I see my boy using the cell phone as a remote, because it's he that's the content that he controls. And so it's living in an ever-changing environment. Yes, no doubts about that. And if you do not have that very solid foundation, when the pandemics hit and you had, those, huge waves of, music, it really seemed as if we were inside the artists' homes. And that only happened because we were ready, because that was already there, because the gamers had started out, and that was already possible. And naturally, you see, Brazil was an amazing lab, and we have all that happening in the YouTube screen. So it's a very dynamic change, and being attentive to what is happening. But of course, we have to be ready before, otherwise we won't be able to catch up. And I would like to just wrap up this conversation saying that she has just been elected as one of the more influential and powerful women of 2025 by Forbes. Thank you. Thank you. And sometimes we are, let's say, overwhelmed by the word powerful. And we have to ask ourselves, what is our power? And it's really to try to help to transform. Yeah, and I'm very happy to see that you come from a company that has this impact on millions of people, and you are still able to balance all that with the social impact initiatives, diversity, and other campaigns to UNICEF and conscious consumption. Yeah, as a leadership, we do not dissociate who we are as a person and our role in society. And, along the years, you know, started to gradually dive into those themes that make a difference. So I finished my postgrad in human rights, and this is part of the platform and been the actions that we eventually convert into scalable actions. Because at the end of the day, we just have to keep on making businesses sustainable, but with responsibility. So this is my very drive and motivation to keep on making a difference. Very well, then. So let me now talk to Fabiana Trindade. Fabiana Trindade, she's the funding secretary of Ancini, a very, strong woman, a great leader of, real fiber. And when we talk about creative economy, we are talking about movies and series in the audiovisual market that we have been, consuming, again and again, and that has been growing at a rate of 7.2% a year up to 2030, according to Deloitte's forecast. So it's extraordinary. What other sector would grow at such extraordinary rates? So in Brazil, the market of movies and series was pushed by public initiatives that was started gradually in the 90s. So we jumped from 3 to more than 160 movies a year, and from a very low presence in the membership channels to now an amazing amount of content. And for the I'm still here after the Oscar for Best Foreign Movie. This is going to further and stimulate the sector, and we might have other investment opportunities, content distribution, especially in the international market. So could you please tell us a little bit more about all that which is going on, the perspective, especially in the international market? Very well. Good morning. And I wanted to thank the Ancini participation here in this event. Well, indeed, the sector has been growing considerably, and we can see that when a specific product is cross-mediatic, I mean, its power is, even bigger. So that phenomenon, I'm still here, demonstrated how powerful we can be in how the Brazilian people are engaged in the internet and how that can be, made tangible in the consumption of audiovisual products. So the challenge now is for us Brazilians to be able to further explore our own market, because the competition is amazing. Brazil has produced many different contents. In 2024, more than 500 movies and 300 series. So yeah, it's out there in the Ancini panel. Wow, that's extraordinary. And when you go through the data, you will see that there is a significant share that is actually done without any public funding. And all this policy, Deborah, that you mentioned that has been, been put forth throughout the years, it goes beyond the content production itself. It actually allowed for the development of technical structure, technical competence, workforce, development of talents that ultimately allow for the development of those products and the opening of the Brazilian market. But we still have, a lot of room for improvement, for growth, and obviously we need to have demand in order to further develop those structures. And in the last years, the sectorial fund has been investing on credit lines, and those credit lines actually are pushing the growth of this structure. So we have been working in the construction of new studios, in modernizing those studios, and a great example of that is the Alto da Compadecida 2, which was 100% filmed and produced in a virtual scenario. And so all that, a lot of technology that was funded, so that, aggregated a lot of, production economy and the predictability, many different benefits can be seen. And we are funding even more virtual studios, and we can only grow if we have more infrastructure and to compete. Yes, of course, to attract new investment, new partnerships, and one of the aspects that we are still somewhat needy is the expansion of the exhibition footprint. So we've seen that those facilities need to be further expanded, and we now have have 120 cinema theaters being built, not only in Rio and São Paulo, but in many other regions of the country. Because most of the theaters were, concentrated in the large urban centers and capitals, and the rest of the country was somewhat, underserved. Yes, that's it. And all that came together with not only training programs and other initiatives. So, and back now to I'm still here. Of course, the Oscar has, catapulted Brazil, and put it basically under the spotlights, and that is something that fosters other markets like fashion, cuisine, and other, consumption goods from our which are typical from our culture, and we believe that this is going to push foreign investors to invest in co-productions. And the government has been working on that and encouraging Brazil to set up international partnerships. Last year, for instance, we launched 220 million reals focused on international co-productions, and the number of registrations were incredible, 276 for projects that had already contracts with 47 different countries. Yes, all the regions of the world, Asia, Europe, and so amazing. Because sometimes we might imagine partnerships with the European Union. Yeah, Portugal, France, and Argentina are the leading countries in setting partnerships with Brazil. But other countries that we were absolutely surprised to see, coming and proposing partnerships. So that again demonstrates how Brazilian people can be receptive. Our entrepreneurs are very welcoming to those resources and moving on with those projects. And again, within that same realm of activity, the Ministry of Culture, in a partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Relations, we have been deepening those agreements. And so I mean, those are facilitation agreements. Yes, the greatest advantage of producing a movie under the umbrella of those agreements is that Brazil and the country or the producers might benefit from regulatory incentives like the quotas and many other facilitating measures to enter the market. So for France, for instance, and it's much easier for you to penetrate the markets and to, knock down barriers to markets and so on. And in the BRICS, we have partnerships underway with India and South Africa, and we have advanced negotiation projects with Russia and China. Yeah, it's beautiful because I was happy to see that the agreement was, with China was moving on and with Russia as well. Yeah, and those new agreements that are, being designed, and some of them are actually being revised, and they encompass TV shows, co-productions. It was not only cinema. So in France, the France agreement has been revisited in order to expand it to the TV as well. And let me benefit from those remaining minutes to make an important point here, which is the following: those new public notices that are just being published now, they contain a very straightforward guideline towards gender diversity and inclusion. So we have a study that demonstrates that the participation of women as directors and screenplay writers, is still very low. And our goal now is to reach at least 50%. So this more robust quota policy is going to help us to expand this participation. And we see that that goes far beyond just occupying the job positions and so on. So we believe that the female perspective in building narratives is something that further enriches the Brazilian product because of the empathy that it and the identification potential that it has with the audience, and also it has a bigger economic potential. So we have many different facets to that investment, not only equality and so on. So we have a commercial value, to that, and that study, that same survey, has demonstrated that in the works that were produced in between 2018 and 2021, something like 19% were directed by women. So, and those 19% of movies have actually represented 44% of the revenue. So there is a potential, and demonstrating that we women are very successful in leading those works. And of course, it would be great if we could have, more hands in order to invest and to understand what happens. But it's still evident that this investment, and I'm talking about resources, should have a very promising result. So, and let me benefit again from our opportunity to advertise that in Ancine we have interactive panels, and you will see the 500 movies that were produced in 2024 with many different, frameworks and so on. And just to finish, we had the 2025 budget approved, and we are just about to finish. But again, we see the continuity of significant allocations to the audiovisual sector, and that reinforces the commitment of the Brazilian government in order to continue with the public policies that were so relevant, so important. Thank you, Fabiane. Very well, we have Shadi here with us, and again and again we have been trying to, insert Brazil in the international market and its participation in the BRICS. The inclusion of the Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates in the BRICS will, even further enhance the participation in businesses, and especially in the production of films and movies and TV, digital platforms. Can you tell us a little bit more how that market works in those territories? Shadi said, thank you for coming to talk to us about this.
Muito obrigado. Gente, desculpa, o microfone saiu alto pra caramba. Mas antes de mais nada, como vocês podem ver, gente, eu não sou mulher, né? Ou seja, eu nem deveria estar aqui nessa mesa redonda. Mas veja a sorte, eu trabalho com 3 mulheres excepcionais. Desses 3...
First, Jumana Rashid, who is the CEO of the Red Sea Film Foundation, and Smarag, which is the leading film festival and film financing branch in Saudi Arabia, with Sheikha Jawahir Al-Qasimi, who runs the Sharjah Youth Film Festival, which is the biggest and largest in Middle East and North Africa, and Marianne El Khouri, which is the artistic director of the Guna Film Festival in Egypt. And we tried the WeFORUM. I want to thank WeFORUM, of course, for having me, but we tried to reach out, and each one had either personal issue to deal with, or they had a previous arrangement, so they couldn't make it, but they all send their salute, and they really want to work it with other countries from BRICS. That's why they all accepted that I come and represent them. Thank you. I want to thank, of course, Monica and Najla for the warm welcome as well, so thank you for that. At first, it's fascinating listening what's happening here in Brazil, really, and seeing how women also are really, like she said, being empowered. I don't like the word empowerment, but I think in the sense when you understand it, I think it's necessary to use it in the best way. So I'm gonna start first with Egypt, which is like the oldest market for film and TV as well. Like it's the main one, it's the lighthouse in a way. And in Egypt now, like the women director, for example, I'm just gonna give some number for you to understand. The women director were representing like 20% in 1995. Now there are almost 39% already being women directors at the helm of making their films and traveling. But
that's actually a quite high number. It's a very high number given what we have here in Brazil. Amazing.
The Arabian one. I'll get to this one. And also most of them, actually, most of the writers are women. More than 63% are women writers. But then, I don't know, because of the system of patriarchy, still men takes over in Egypt, okay? But also the cinema are growing, and they are doing a lot of co-production within the Arab world in Egypt. The biggest interesting market that is rising is Saudi Arabia. And in this market specifically, more than 57% are women filmmakers, and more than 35% are CEO in all the fields of the country, in oil, in many important positions. And I think this is surprising because, you know, this country was really like, until 2017, they didn't have one screen. Now they have the largest number of screens all over the Middle East, and they have the #1 box office. So I think what I learned from this is like change is possible. Work is possible. Things are, if we work and put our mind, things are possible to achieve. And I think it was a beautiful lesson, let's say, that I took by going, because I was very resistant. I was like, I will not go to Saudi Arabia. I had all the cliché and all the political agenda that they showed us. But once the country opened up, it was really mind-blowing to see and see those women expressing their stories, telling, you know, coming from different background and trying to make culture important. In UAE was different. In UAE, United Arab Emirates, the story is a bit funny because, you know, that there are almost 2 million only Emirati that live there officially from the Emirates. So culture and art were always considered for a woman's job, or like something that a man will not do. And after a while, all those women developed the craft, and now they are the leading for the economy. So because of those women now, they created more jobs and more tourism because of their work. And that's also very impressive sometimes how men, they thought, okay, you know, let's give them, you know, the cooking and the craft and the directing. And now they're taking over, which is also funny. So coming back to the work now, the idea is like BRICS needs to work more together. I think Patricia mentioned that she's developing treaties with China and South Africa. I think we need to talk more how we can establish this with Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Egypt, because there is a lot of things to learn from each other as well. But our culture is similar. At the end, there are many things similar, and they love TV series, all of them. Like telenovela was a huge, especially the Brazilian telenovela was a huge success in the Middle East. So that's something that they can learn from expertise. We can create training program, exchange programs, many things that we can think of to merge. I think this is what I think is missing in the BRICS yet. Develop that side much more between the countries and support each other. I don't know if this helps, but definitely we're in the Middle East right now. Aside from sometimes the politics, it's the economy is rising, especially in culture. People are expressing themselves, and they have a lot of fun. Like for example, in the Saudi Arabia, they are reaching now almost by 2030, only from government funding, 1.5 billion for cinema only, different from the TV series. So they're really trying to create all those opportunities.
We do want to be closer to you guys. Obviously, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the UAE, so that we can, learn from you and also co-produce and maybe also export, some of our movies into these markets as well. Thank you very much.
Just to say, like, again, we can also think of distribution ideas, making special events or special screenings or a week of Brazilian films in Saudi Arabia and creating all those events that will lead to contact and to businesses. Because once you enter a business of cinema or music, this creates more businesses around for other fields. So I hope we can achieve that. Thank you so much and for welcoming me here.
Okay, and to finalize, we're going to talk about the subject of the hour, which is artificial intelligence in the creative economy. And it actually brings great opportunities, and we know that at the same time, it might also bring a few concerns with it, specifically in what concerns intellectual property. And and sometimes people have that fear, and people are at the same time, fascinated and sometimes worried about it, specifically in the business where we work. It is a very powerful tool when you look at innovation in the world, and there's no turning back, guys. There's no turning back. The impact in the economy is brutal, is gigantic. So I just wanted to talk to you now about this, Janaína, and thank you for being here. So how do you see artificial intelligence contributing to the creative economy, generating business opportunities? Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here talking to you guys. I think that it is very hard to talk about artificial intelligence in 9 or 10 minutes, but I'm going to give it a shot anyway. So I think, you said something, Deborah, which might be the most dangerous thing that is happening right now, which is, to have fear. Fear, I think, is the most dangerous thing, because fear kind of prevents us from understanding the potential of the technologies that we have in our hands, so that we can somehow use them in a way to address a lot of the issues that we are currently facing in the world. I'd like to talk about something funny, which is, the job that I do. I'm a strategist in communication and innovation, and I've been doing that job for 20 years. And that came about because of YouTube. My whole job came about because of YouTube. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I used to work with communication and, advertising for movies. And when the YouTube came about, and I remember the exact day when I switched and I said, look, this is going to change the world. Fernando Mireles, who's the owner of a production company called O2, he said, look, I'm going to open up a production team to produce digital content. And he called me to do that. And at the time, I could really see the whole audiovisual market in Brazil, like, scared to death, because as every access to communication and to creative expression, whenever that's basically available to everyone, and not only to a few companies, as was the case of newspapers, the global network in Brazil. You didn't have a lot of access when it came to producing content. Content was basically limited in the hands, the production of content was limited in the hands of a few players. And YouTube opened up the doors to billions of people to do that, to express their thoughts and opinions, create content, make money too, yeah. And that, in a way, scared people here in Brazil, because suddenly people said, look, I'm going to lose my job because, now anyone can, produce video content. Anyone can sell their products. And by the same token, other innovations were also introduced, as the case of digital cameras, because up until then, we would use, film, right? Film, yeah, made of cellulose. And digital cameras would cost like, 20 times less than those big cameras, but you could still produce quality content using digital cameras. And then that was actually a first big leap that we took in technology all over the world. And it was actually the first of many, because you see that since then, I have been working with innovation, and there's no year like the one before. So in 05, we had YouTube. In 07, we had the iPhone. In 09, Facebook. In 2013, Netflix. And not to mention Twitter, Spotify, everything that we basically consume quite naturally. And we were kind of afraid. In every technology that comes about, the first thing that we feel is fear. And this is what I have seen happen to artificial intelligence today. Obviously, we know that a lot of jobs will be wiped out, right? The World Economic Forum, they produced a report showing that about 83 million jobs will simply be wiped out, but 69 million new jobs will come about. So, yeah, when we tend to look at things always from the bad side, never from the good side. I think that fear is actually what prevents Brazil from sometimes surfing that wave of technology with other countries. So today, we don't have, I at least am not aware, I'm trying to, get to know them. I don't know many creators who work with artificial intelligence, and the economic potential of artificial intelligence is maybe equal or greater than that of YouTube, because from the moment you begin to deliver to a small business, and I work for Sebrae too, by the way, I provide consulting to small business owners. Oh, yeah. So when you get to a company, let's say to someone who does braid work, okay, you have your YouTube channel, right? And now you have these other tools which can also help you create a better business model, to perform market surveys, to create a visual identity for your company, to create our market plans, to basically create posts, pictures, videos, everything for your company to operate. It's not only the creative economy that is growing when this happens, it's the economy, period. And it is people who usually do not have access to means of production. So I do understand artificial intelligence as quite possibly the biggest form of inclusion that one could ever have invented. And it's not only me. I'm not alone in that, okay, obviously. But you see, large organizations such as the UNESCO, they created a framework, a program in the area of artificial intelligence for education. And the purpose is to aid teachers from developing nations to use artificial intelligence in education so that they can improve the lives of people. That's as simple as that. So there's kind of an understanding and an idea that this should be in the resume, actually not in the resume, but in the curricula of every school, because it is beneficial. Obviously, there are dangers, yes, that is true, and there are issues as well that you have to face and regulate on. But I was discussing this with Fabiana. This is actually year one of artificial intelligence, generative AI, as a matter of fact, Gen AI. Last year was year zero, so a lot of stuff came about since then, and still in beta format, being tested and evolving. But this is like the year one of Gen AI. We're seeing a lot of people using it for real. And it's actually hard to talk about regulation in a moment in which platforms are still being created. But I kind of miss that room in which we can talk about it openly instead of depending on government to create regulation. You see, regulation and the use of these tools, in ethical terms at least, has to be our responsibility. I cannot use artificial intelligence to do evil upon somebody else. I was telling this to Fabiana. If you're going to use AI to recreate the image of a dead person without asking that person's authorization, that's simply wrong. It's not AI that is doing it wrong. You are actually doing the wrong thing. If you use artificial intelligence to reinforce prejudice or racism, well, the problem is in you, not in the tool. There are lots of AI tools that kind of, have been a little careful so as not to reinforce prejudice and racism, things that basically worsen our lives. But others, not so much the case. There's one that I tested the other day, and I tested a lot of these, and I asked them to create an image of a Brazilian woman. And the image that came was of a black woman in a slum wearing a bikini. And if I pick up that image and if I use that to sell like a product, I am the one who's doing it wrong. I am the one who has to have that understanding of what I need to be careful with as I use it. AI is basically your assistant. It's as if it were, for instance, I don't know, a microphone, right? Just like this one. I mean, it's going to help you reach, your audiences. So I understand it this way. And if you look at creativity, to me, too, this is one of the most amazing things that I've seen in my life. I mean, when you begin to work in the creative business, and when you see what is actually possible to do, it's almost unimaginable. With code, you can basically create a whole movie, right? Because it's basically it. I mean, if it's going to be good or not, it depends on whoever's creating it. It's not the fault of AI. Yeah, there's really amazing stuff. There's this festival, a platform called Runway, and they call it, I think, 48 Gem. But anyhow, you have to create basically a short movie in 48 hours. And I have seen amazing movies, made by kids, young people who simply had no access whatsoever to like an animation program. And now they can basically demonstrate their ideas, their creativity, give fruition to what's in them. And in AV, this is really a brutal change that will certainly, affect us, and we're getting ready for that. In the arts, too, you can see new forms of artistic expression coming up. And they're being considered as art, by the way, because it is a human being that created it. They only used a tool which is called artificial intelligence. And actually, this week or last week, there is this work created by Rafika Nadal, which was sold at Christie's for 1.5 million reais, which is about $300,000. It was created by AI, and I saw it at the MoMA. And when I looked at it, I mean, it gives me, goosebumps, because it's so amazing, and it's impossible not to say that that is not art. It sounds controversial, I know that, but it's interesting to see artificial intelligence and creativity and having it displayed at the MoMA. It's amazing. Yeah, but it's not artificial intelligence. It's the human being behind it. This is what they're actually showing. There's someone who created something using AI. It's the same thing, okay, when we didn't have like a camera to take photographs, right? Well, the moment they were developed and invented, there was beautiful pictures, and photographers also began to exist because they now had a tool in their hands to express their art. I think that it is also important, and I like to stress this all the time, the need for education and for training people on how to use these tools, specifically the ones who currently have no access to them. So the positive impact that this could bring, for instance, to young people in underprivileged conditions, or to people who are isolated in the middle of the Amazon jungle, it could be huge. It's actually much bigger, possibly, than the impact for us. Last thing that I have to say, I still remember this. I was running this project in the Amazon, like in the middle of nowhere, training some maroon communities on the use of social media platforms. And I was asking one of them, so how can I help you with? Because I work with innovation such and such. And I mean, they didn't have the internet there, just to have an idea. They had never seen YouTube or Instagram, nothing like that. This was back in 2018. And he said to me, look, I can't speak English, and we have lots of tourists here because they basically come here for sports fishing. And I like to be able to talk to them. So I picked up his cell phone and I said, look, whenever you go to town, because there they have the internet, you should download Google Translate. And I showed him, just look at how this works. Hi, Google, all good. Can you please translate what I'm saying into English? And he was like, that changes my life, he said, completely and utterly. I said, look, is there anything else? And he said, look, our land our maroon land ended up being confirmed. Officially, now we are the owners of the land in which we live. And I need to write some reports, but I have no idea how to do that. Can you help me with it? And I was like, well, maybe not, but ChatGPT can today, right? Today. So just imagine, what technology can offer us. I mean, it's even hard to imagine the same way as quite likely Patricia and I in '96, if you had been born by then, obviously, we would never say that we would be here today on stage, you as a director at YouTube and I as a consultant on artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I have to confess that I could, stay the whole day just for us to talk about AI. And I know that it's a whole world by itself, but next time maybe. So thank you very, very much for your presence here in our forum. And let me, claim for that we can, in the next forum, we can extend, the time of this conversation round, which was amazing. Very well, thank you. Thank you very much. And again, I would like to invite you to go to the center of the stage so that we can have the official picture. Yeah, wasn't that fantastic? Thank you. So, proceeding, we are now going to welcome Chao Han for another moment of leadership and mobilization. And she's the head of the China Investment Corporation and the president of BRICS WBA China. So, Chao, welcome. Muito obrigada. Muitíssimo obrigada,
Thank you, Monica, for giving this opportunity again to talk to our beautiful and energetic women here in this room. And so I'm very happy to be here to share just a few words about energy. Now, energy is very important, of course. Actually, energy to our society is like the food to our human beings. And actually, the whole history of human development is a history of ever-increasing demand for energy. And also, as we have more people on the earth, and also our per capita income increases, actually our total consumption for energy will also gradually increase. And because all these increases in demand, actually energy transition and the sustainable clean energy become a must. Because, we cannot rely just on the other carbon oil kind of energy. It's not enough. And also, if we consume too much carbon energy, the traditional energy, we will not be able to sustain the beauty of the cities like Belo. Okay, so it is important to have transition energy.
Horizontes belíssimos como esse daqui que a gente vê na cidade de vocês.
And the other thing we'd like to say, well, he's giving me a special note. Yeah. The other thing I want to say is that, I think it's already become really a global consensus that sustainability and energy transition, clean energy is really important. I think China understood this, and not only understood this, actually the Chinese government and also the enterprises invested hugely, heavily in this new energy. And because of this, actually, we have achieved a great accomplishment, I think, in two aspects. One is that because of the scale in the Chinese market, and also because of the heavy investment in technology in the new energy area, we have been able to make new energy economical, actually making it cheaper than lots of traditional energies. So that's one contribution, meaning that we are contributing to the global sustainability sustainability. The other thing is that in this whole process, we are actually creating a lot of new investment opportunities. And also we in this process, we're able to create and build a whole supply chain of important industries. Okay? And before I go on, I also want to say another thing. I have a few data here which shows that the energy demand is really great. You know, this report from the International Energy Agency, IEA, it says that in 2024, the global energy sector investment will exceed $3 trillion in the first time in history, of course, $3 trillion. And also they estimate that from now until 2050, the global energy transition will still require about $215 trillion in funding. So that's how much money we're talking about. Of course, it means that there's a huge financing gap as well. But these financing gap also means tremendous opportunities. The opportunities include things like, of course, renewable energy itself, and also energy storage, electrical vehicles, smart grids, etc. Many, many different opportunities. And also, of course, China is very committed, and I think Brazil is also very committed to this sustainable effort. And I'm very happy to learn that Brazil's renewable energy generation accounts for about 80% of its total electricity generation, making it one of the countries with the highest proportion of renewable energy globally. So I think that is very impressive achievement, and it deserves congratulations for Brazil. Okay. Of course, also I need to say a few words about AI. Because AI is, everybody says, very important. Also, the previous session for the creative industry is also important. It's based on AI, actually. Right? Now, for AI, there are two things I want to say. One is that AI and the related data centers, etc., actually, they are rapidly becoming the major driver for the future demand for energy. So that's from the demand side. And also, from the supply side, or from the other side, AI is really helping improving efficiency in the energy sector. So the two really, that's the relationship between the two. And currently, we are seeing AI being gradually applied in things like smart grid management and energy consumption optimization. And in the future, we're going to see a lot of more AI applications in the construction of clean and low carbon, safe and efficient energy system. Okay. And the other thing I'd like to say, let's say a few words, right? So I'll make it not too long, right? The other thing I want to say is the following. I think that for energy transition, it cannot be done by only a few alone. Rather, in this whole process, we need the joint efforts, first of all, from the society. I think the society, the whole international community, needs to increase the awareness to green energy, awareness. Secondly, from the government side, I think the government needs to provide the necessary regulatory foundations for promoting new energy, green energy. And also, of course, thirdly, from the company side, I think we need to put in more R&D and efficient production so that we can provide all this demand that is coming from all the different areas of our life. And of course, for women, I think we can empower ourselves only when we join force with the most meaningful task. Definitely renewable energy is one of the meaningful tasks. Of course, there are many, many other meaningful tasks. This is definitely one of them. So again, let's join force and we make sustainable development so that we can sustain the beauty of the cities like Belo. Thank you very much. So in regards to the times, I will not say more. But also, just want to say one thing. Yeah. And also, we would like to invite all of you to join we have a forum in China coming in April, the end of April. We'd like to invite our friends here to come to China and also experience, the achievement they've been doing in renewable energy, and also to discuss cooperations between our countries in the area of renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chao. It's very nice to have you here in Brazil in WeFORUM 2025.
Brasil para o nosso WeFORUM de 2025. Very well then. we are going to hold another panel, and it's going to be a keynote speech from one of our guest speakers, Daphne Mendes. She's the co-founder of Todos Group. So welcome, Daphne. A round of applause. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's fantastic. It's still good morning, right? Although we are just, shortly before lunch. And let me thank you, from the bottom of my heart for this invite, Monica, Mariani, and all the incredible activity that you've been doing. And the Todos Group is the greatest Latin American platform to increase the leadership. We have been supporting 30,000 women in 5 countries in Latin America in the development of the capabilities in order for them to step up to higher positions, and cooperation with companies like Johnson, L'Oreal, Team, Heineken, and 50 other, large brands. And for many years, we've studied the greatest leaders in Latin America to understand what is it that those women that have reached the top have. And we've identified 16 skills and abilities. So there are definitely differential elements for the careers of women, and I'm at your service, and I will be more than happy to share with you the set of 16 skills that make a difference for women in leadership positions. And with those 16 skills, we have reached amazing with figures like 96% increase in the self-confidence in the work, 96% ability to, face challenges and overcome challenges, 92% in improving and managing stress at work. In cases like, for instance, in a Vale subsidiary, which is a historically, male-dominated sector, we managed to, by developing those skills, 41% of women promoted, 50% of the senior leadership, and the first Black woman in a position of leadership. So that shows how powerful women can be and how the development of specific skills may lead to transforming results. So since we have very little time, and I decided to just bring one lesson learned that made a whole lot of difference for the women that have been promoted in the last year. As I said, in the Todas Group, we have been, pushing the careers of more than 400 women here in Latin America. So we have been collecting data in order to make fast changes in organizations, especially the ones that have specific objectives towards female leadership. And in working those 16 skills, the performance and stance and position statement and peers' perception are, very quickly changing figures. And there was one data which was the support and the recognition of value by my leadership. And this is a red flag, because a woman who's performing well, who's feeling self-confident, who's doing a good delivery, but doesn't feel acknowledged or recognized or supported, this is a huge issue, especially in retention. So the greatest challenge of increasing the number of women in leadership positions is to retain those women in those positions. So we carried out a survey with 500 women with high potential who have actually asked to leave their positions, and they have done so. As we believe that 67% of them have asked to leave because of their direct leaderships. They were happy with the work environment, with their positions, with the salaries, with the growth potential, and with the values of the company, but the direct leadership actually still led them to ask to leave. And then we interviewed them, and we realized that most of this direct leadership were comprised of men. And we actually didn't map toxic leadership or moral harassment. This was not something, but rather micro harassments or micro types of violences that made those women take that decision. So we carried out a specific training so that men could follow up the growth of women. And this is a very important agenda. So female leadership is not for women only. It's for everybody. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was at the UN in New York at the CSW, the Women Status Commission or Committee, and this was one of the main topics that were addressed, how much the women leadership need men support. There's a Harvard study, and if you are interested, I can give you the proper reference. And in this study, I will give you a piece of information specifically. So they have surveyed 5,000 people in 100 countries about what is it that make leaders inspiring to their teams, and especially during the pandemics, the teams that had to take challenging positions. What is it that made those leaders to make tough decisions and still being admired? So they've reached the conclusion that two skills are essential, wisdom and compassion. And according to this research, the 57% of those women had leadership, or rather compassion and wisdom, and only 27% of men. I'm not saying that women are better than men or anything, but we are saying that we are just different, and this supplementarity is very important. And women, both leading and being led, have increased the level of empathy and knowledge and wisdom in men. So it is very important that we work hand in hand together as an attempt to increase female leadership. And according to the World Labor Organization, those companies, they are more profitable, they have better innovation levels aside to organizational well-being. Women who get more, they invest more in sustainability and in improving the world. As it was said, we are still 75% of the care business. They are more caring. So whenever they make more, they grow and they enhance the care in their surrounding, invest in sustainable products, in the education of the children, invest in improvements for the community. And all that I said serves to underpin that when one woman grows, everybody grows. Thank you. So congratulations to all women who are here, who have devoted their time to come, to learn, to exchange experiences, and we are certain that this will be worth it. So let's continue with our last panel before lunch. It's going to be a very dynamic panel, and so bear with me. It's certainly going to be worth it, and then we will break for lunch. That is going to be in the foyer. So infrastructure and creativity and mobility are essential factors for the efficiency and competitiveness of companies. The development of modern transportation grids, well-planned grids, have a direct impact on logistics and the distribution of products and the accessibility. And now we would like to invite Viviane Saraiva, the financial director of Sistak. A round of applause to Viviane. Welcome, Viviane. Ho Zimin, the chairperson and general manager of China Communications Construction Company, South America regional company. We also would like to invite Fernanda Moraes Taufenbach, partner of infrastructure and capital projects at Deloitte Brazil, and the leader of the pillar Origins and Infra Women Brazil. François Dossa, Executive Director from Sustainability CS Latam. Ana Cabral, CEO and co-president of the board at Sigma Lithium. And Elena China, the co-owner and managing partner of a Potos group of companies. I wish you a very fruitful panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So let me first thank you for the invite to take part in such an incredible event, which was very well organized with so many, distinguished guests. And it's an honor to moderate this panel with great names of the sector of infrastructure and mobility. So the number one challenge is obviously for us to try to compile all the very important messages to be spoken here in such a short period of time. But the idea is for us to discuss and talk about this very critical intersection between infrastructure, technological innovation, and the need for us to preserve a sustainable urban mobility. So a little bit on that, just to maybe raise this ball so that the others can continue with the game. And sustainability along the next years should be profoundly impacted by technological innovation, the introduction of new technologies, and this growing need for sustainability. This is a very common agenda in other panels, and it's no different here. So initiatives like electrified vehicles, identification of new transportation models, the use of advanced technologies in urban planning
will play a pivotal role in the development of mobility systems that are efficient and ecological at the same time. And in infrastructure, the adoption of social environmental technologies may very well redefine entire business models by promoting social mobility and also responding to challenges imposed by climate change again. Now, speaking a little about our dear guests, so this panel combines or gathers together a spectacular group of leaders with amazing experience in their respective industries. We're going to ask a few questions to each of you, and then we're going to have a bit of a different process than the one that we did previously with the outer panels. First, we have Fernanda Moraes Taffenbach, an infrastructure and capital projects partner at Deloitte Brazil and a leader of the Origins pillar and a director at InfraWomen Brazil. More than 18 years of experience in engineering and construction. Fernanda is a true reference in big project development such as the Santo Antonio hydropower plant and also Line 5 in the subway of São Paulo. After that, we have François Dossa, currently Executive Director for Strategy and Sustainability at Jaguar Land Rover, which includes managing the Société Régionale in Brazil and the presidency of the Alliance Ventures, and also as a director of Nissan Brazil, has vast experience in transformation strategies, innovation, and leadership. He also has a long track record in working with large projects in the area of sustainability and circular economy. We also have with us Ana Cabral, who since 2012 is the CEO of Sigma Lithium, one of the main companies in the lithium business, focusing on sustainability and innovation. She has a master's in finance at the London Business School. Anna also has more than 20 years' experience in investment banking, including Goldman Sachs, the Bank of America, Merrill Lynch. She is also one of the leaders of the Brazilian women movement, and in 2024, she was actually elected the Person of the Year by the Federation of the Industries of Minas Gerais. We also have Hu Jiming, chairperson and general manager of the China Communications Construction Company. Hu Jiming has vast experience at the China Communications Construction Company, CCCC, one of the global leaders in infrastructure. Under her leadership, the company has done or engaged in complex projects and implemented integrated infrastructure solutions with a strong presence in Brazil and Latin America. And finally, and not any less importantly, we have Helena Shishina. And sorry if I mispronounced your name, but she is the co-owner and managing partner of the Apatus Group of companies, a pioneering company in the development and production of fire protection equipment. Elena was recognized as one of the 100 best Russian CEOs in Moscow in the business of consumer goods and large companies. Has been a remarkable leader with a track record that includes expanding companies into the international business and implementing innovative solutions in a number of different industries. So let's start with our questions. And I'm going to start with you, François, if I may, and Fernanda. If you could please make a few comments about how you see the transformation of mobility in the next few years as new technologies are introduced, and also given a growing demand for sustainability. And more than that, what innovations would you consider to be the most promising within that realm? And I'm going to start with Fernanda, please. Good morning, everyone, and thank you again for inviting me to be here. É realmente prazer estar aqui com vocês. Look, I see that in the coming years, infrastructure and mobility will undergo substantial transformation, and that transformation has technology playing a central role. Recently, we at Deloitte launched 2 studies, one about technology in the area of projects and the other about trends in a more general way, looking at the infrastructure sector. And this analysis indicated that digital twins and Gen AI and autonomous systems are the main technologies that will ultimately change the infrastructure and mobility industries, specifically as we are looking for efficiency, resilience, and sustainable impact, which also connects to the need that we have today of having resilient assets and green assets, we might actually word it like that. And what does it mean in practical terms? This means that these complex systems in transportation and urban logistics, they will be simulated even prior to construction. And we are, with that, bringing more efficient design. We're decreasing costs, reducing mistakes, and mainly we're making sure that they will be safe, right? And that matters a lot to the communities that will ultimately be affected by those assets. Today, we have seen some utilities using digital twins, which is an important technology, and as you try to simulate in real time traffic-related decisions. I was with the CEO of one of these utilities, and they were using AI today and other technologies to decide whether they will shut down a road because of weather conditions in a partnership they have with the Climatempo weather forecast agency. And in infrastructure, and as we have more inclusive mobility, it does connect to technology. But before I yield the floor to you, Francois, I think the main point that I wanted to leave with you guys is that in addition to technology, we also need to create infrastructure that is inclusive, that is thought for everyone, and that is environmentally sustainable. Perfect. Well, you spoke very well about it, so I'm not answering the question because I would basically repeat what you just said. But what I'll say instead is that I'm really comfortable on this stage with all of you who are here, and I'm very comfortable also before this great audience that we have here today. Monica, I just wrote a book and in which I tell a little bit about my own experience. And as I finished that book, I ended up realizing that I am who I am thanks to 4 women. 4 women, my grandmother, my mother, my sister, and one of my aunts who actually founded an NGO, which some of you might know. It's called Casa do Zezinho in São Paulo. And these 4 women taught me to be the man that I became eventually. So in my professional experience, as I chaired the Sun and Jaguar Land Rover, and today at Tata Brazil, I am a person who has been very active in the area of diversity and inclusion. I came to the company, and people are saying, okay, that's great. I mean, we have 34% women in our ranks. And I was like, okay, what good news are you telling me then? I'm going to be happy the day that we are beyond 50%. And I was asking them, okay, but what about in leading positions? Oh, that's 12%. I said, look, you see that we have a problem here? So I implemented a policy of quotas in my company. I think that if we wait until the process happens naturally, that might take us there maybe in 300 years, right? As somebody else mentioned earlier today. And I think we cannot afford to wait for that long. And I became sensitive to diversity, equity, and inclusion because I am part of a minority. I am a gay man, and to be a gay man in companies, it's a very tough battle too. Because when I was a young man and I would look at executive directors of companies, I simply had no role model there, no someone that I could actually mirror myself in. And this is why I became an activist for this cause. And I'm sorry, by the way, because I kind of I'm leaving the script, but I think that this meeting is a meeting about diversity and inclusion as well. So I wanted to again, share these words with you. And let me congratulate you all. I think that working with women in our companies is a truly extraordinary thing for all of us. And the only thing that I will ask you is that whenever you reach a position such as Carla, when you occupy a top position, do not copy men, because that's oftentimes what we do. And I myself, when I first got to one of those hires, I said, okay, so I'm going to start acting like them. No, I'm a gay man. I'm different from them. And that difference is great also. So I cannot become somebody else. So this is what I tell you. You are women. Keep on being women. Right? I mean, as you become the CEOs of your companies, keep doing that because you're beautiful and you're just wonderful the way you are. Thank you. Thank you. That was great. Okay, so yeah, let me go back to the subject. And by the way, I loved your remarks. Thank you so very much. And okay, so going back to technology innovation and in the area of urban mobility. Anna and Fernanda, if you could please share with us the main challenges that you have faced as you've been implementing new technologies in infrastructure and how we can actually overcome these challenges. Well, maybe talking about the big picture. So what is the BRICS world, which is the world in which we are today? These challenges apply to the BRICS countries, and I see them as an opportunity because we amongst ourselves have the chance of creating a more resilient supply chains, which is what the world is in need of today. So as we look at our world, the world of the BRICS, and every country member, I think that we have every, say, building block that we need to build a resilient supply chain. And what are these building blocks? Well, first you have money to invest, right? In certain countries in our group, which is the case of the Middle East, specifically, the Saudis and also the UAE. You also have energy, right? Abundant energy in some of the BRIC countries from the BRICS. Technology is there as well, specifically in the countries that have invested in the long term in technology development, which is the case of China and India, and Brazil also, and Russia in quite a few industries. You also have natural resources, which are quite abundant in some of our countries, and while others are more resource poor. And we also have engineers across the board, right? Engineers in every one of the BRICS countries, which is actually one of the big fallacies about us. They say that we don't have the intellectual capital in enough quantity, and I'm talking about us here in the BRICS world. So what is the challenge? When you look at those building blocks of our supply chain, the challenge becomes the development cycle for those technologies. And why is that? Because the base industry is not the kind of thing that is sexy today. So when you look at the kind of R&D that we need to build, to do what we do, which is basically, again, not very sexy businesses, and when you look at the market, which lives off of these quarterly cycles and with strong short-term orientation, you have to match the challenges of developing and innovating in longer cycles with this very short-term horizon, which is what usually investors have. And again, you have to overcome that challenge inside the BRICS. And in what sense? Well, that's where our ecosystem is at play. Just giving you a hypothetical example. Let's say between the BRICS, let's say that you deploy capital from, say, the UAE or from the Middle East, and you build on, meaning you improve, you perfect technology from China. And this is a hypothetical example, okay? And by means of that exchange, by using, in our case, you could have using Brazilian engineers using energy, green renewable energy, which we also have abundantly here in Brazil, or wherever else you might find it. It could be Russia, it could be the UAE, you could use local energy, and you could also build basic industrial plants using the resources available in each one of these countries. It could be nickel in Russia, uranium in Russia, again, lithium in Brazil, meaning you look for specific locations to improve the diversity of our businesses and resilience based on what our countries are best at. So I think, yeah, there are challenges around, obviously, but amongst us, I think we can overcome these challenges. What we need to do, however, is to work together. Yes, and it takes women to get that to happen. We have a group of women here trying to foster conversations among the BRICS so that we can find industrial and businesses synergies to see how we can actually help each other and leverage our own countries. That's the big point. I mean, between us, I think that we can deal with a lot of these challenges, and oftentimes we fail to realize the opportunities that we have in our economic bloc. Fernanda? Okay, if I could add to what Hannah said, and if I could talk a little about projects, not only in Brazil, this does not apply to Brazil, by the way, this actually applies to every country in the BRICS. There's a World Economic Forum from 2020 about 4.0 infrastructure in which it says that for you to adopt technology, the problem is actually a cultural one, an institutional and training-related issue. So this is a short perspective that I have about the 4 challenges that we are facing now in this industry. The first of them is a cultural challenge, right? Because we innovate less than the average industry, so we have lots of opportunities to run projects in different ways, and with that, we should be able to increase our country's GDPs and improve development, and we can actually think about having more sustainable societies as well. A second challenge is training or capacity building. So we are here, obviously, seeing a lot of technology being developed, but the people who implement those projects down the line, they were never trained on any of that, and we're not looking at that as carefully as we should. The third point that I'd like to leave you with is the regulatory side. And looking at Brazil more specifically today, we do not have a regulatory model that incentivizes innovation, a model in which companies can take their chances and that they're acknowledged for that, so that they can add value through innovation. And the last item is technology integration. So you have this whole rush of technology coming about, but no one is looking at how we can connect that. And a lot of money is being wasted along the way, and investments are being made in projects that could very well have been profitable, but they end up not being profitable because of lack of interoperability and poor connection between systems. So I think that innovation is right there in front of us, and we need to use it to basically bring our industries to a whole new level. And it's not only about technology. Okay, we're talking about people, we're talking about processes as well, and the way in which these things affect societies. So just so we can take this back home with us and think how we might do things differently so that we can overcome these challenges and so that we can ultimately get to the point that Anna just shared with us. Perfect. And it is actually along those lines of how to, or actually seeing the impact of that upon our communities and upon diversity and on social areas as well, because this could mean big impact socially as well. I mean, we see that every day, the impact that mobility can have in our population. So I have a third question for you guys, which I'm going to ask to Anna and to Hu Jimin. And given the context we are discussing now, innovation in infrastructure, how is it that the adoption of social environmental technologies might transform business models and promote social mobility as well in a scenario of climate change? So I'm basically adding this challenge, which is climate change, to that question. So I'm going to start with you, Hu Jimin. And I ask everyone those of you who need interpretation, you should please put your ear sets on, because both Hu Jimin and Yelena will speak, one in English, I think any other in Russian. Muito obrigado, gente. Boa tarde a todos os presentes aqui, meus caros amigos e amigas. Antes de mais nada, eu gostaria de agradecer a todos vocês por esse belíssimo evento. Eu devo dizer que está sendo super interessante, informativo, inclusivo e diverso também. Realmente é muito bom isso para todos nós. E mais interessante ainda discutir inovações, e as soluções também que nós precisamos implementar para conseguirmos fazer valer todo
the social environmental technology are gradually reshaping the way how we approach for the infrastructure projects, and also encourage us a broader view of the beyond the technical solutions beyond the technical execution. And today's business model should involve all the values from social inclusion, high technology, and also social environmental benefit to their own fundamental considerations. At CCCC, our integrated evaluation model is designed to make our investment truly future proof. By assessing projects through a social environmental lens, we ensure that every initiative contributes to higher quality of the life and align with the broader goals of smart and connected city and connected nations. We are now bringing this model to Brazil through the Concremat company, which is the largest and one of the best engineering technology consultant company in Brazil. And Concremat would be a business platform for CCCC to serve as a facilitator of CCCC by connecting the local stakeholders and the technology experts, while also leverage the deeper local knowledge of the communities, regulations, and the needs to complement our integrated impact evaluation, ensure that our project not only meet the technical standards, but also address unique social environmental challenges of the region. Salvador and the Itabrica Bridge project in Brazil will serve as a compelling example of our company's commitment at what I believe it is really balanced business model. You will see, besides the enhancing the regional connectivities and the fostering the economic growth in that region, the project will also empower the local community that through well-planned training progress, facilitating the transfer of the advanced technology and the best practice, ensuring that residents are well-equipped to catch these emerging opportunities.
Obrigada. Realmente, assim, a infraestrutura
and job opportunities, and as you try to improve the overall quality of life of the population, if it is done obviously with the proper technology and considering as well environmental matters as you do. I mean, if you look at all of that together, this can really be transformative. Thank you. So Anna, if you could please deliver your remarks about it. I'm going to focus on environmental and about how you can change the perceptions about a whole industry, going back to the base industries, which is where we work.
So the base industry by itself, as I said, it's not exactly very attractive or sexy because, I mean, it doesn't generate enough margin. So how can this sector become more attractive to investment capital? So you either integrate yourself to your user downstream of the chain, and depending on where you are, the level of user will vary, like batteries and electric vehicles, or you integrate to upstream the raw material, the minerals that feed the lithium oxide, for instance. So in this process, we learned and realized that the sector of mining was rather, let's say, jeopardized, after a very bad, let's say, reputation, with the population. So we got some consulting from engineers and tried to enhance this relation and this impression, trying to transform the perception of the sector in our segment. And that is because we deploy technology in order to, for instance, eliminate tailings dams. So let's imagine that Brazil has the only Sigma Lithium is the only mining company that operates totally dam-free. And a couple of years ago, when we first started, they said, "Oh, it could only be led by a woman, and nothing is going to happen ever." And here we are. And we decide one of the main challenges of our sector is that this is a mineral in semi-arid and arid areas where water is somewhat scarce. So we deploy technology to challenge the water challenge. So the very same technology that helps you to dry out, you reuse that water and you recircle it into. So we use less water than a banana crop, for instance. It's actually not only less water, but 15 times less water. and because I mean, the rest of them, we had something like 2 million liters of water per ton of lithium in a desertified area. So in a very simple words, I'm trying to demonstrate how this technology can be translated into real improvements, eliminating the risks offered by tailings dams. You have enhanced the water safety and hydroseeding and active generation of waste rock piles, because for the mining activity you need to dispose the waste somewhere, and then what you do is you pile it up, you stack it, condense it, and just plant over it to redress the area, and it looks beautiful. So that's what you have to do. You have to adapt, study, research, do R&D, because of course the piling technology is something that, and the dry stacking technology was something that it took us a while to, in a somewhat steep learning curve to get acquainted with. But after that, you have a citizen sector, and with that you become a factor of improvement and betterment to people's lives, and not to mention the generation of 1.5 thousand direct job positions and 20,000 indirect job positions without being fragilized by the traditional weaknesses of the mining industry. But where does the capital and knowledge and the technological DNA? It comes from the technology, from the industry. So you basically just push that upwards, and you go and you also act downstream. So it's in the middle of the chain, and you have the opportunity to both act upwards and or upstream and downstream of this process. So you can, for instance, help to electrify a fleet and everything else that will help to improve the quality of life in urban areas. And it's not only electrification, but we have the wind energy or solar panels that might demand the so-called future barriers, right? Or future carriers, if you will, because I mean, those are the minerals that we call the minerals of the future. Yeah, and about that comment, I mean, that you said that, it could only come from a woman. It will never result in anything. So my question for you, Luis, how do you see the role of women and the empowerment and the role of women in transforming the infrastructure sector and the development of sustainable solutions for the industry? So feel free to use your headsets, please, Helena. Well, I would not like to dwarf the role of man because, of course, I work in partnership and my partner is present here. And so the main role, and there he is, he's just waving. And the main role of women is to work together, is to develop this partnership. Women, she's not, intending to just lead alone, but rather to extend hands and work together. And this is a very conservative area. Infrastructure. We, in our sector, for instance, we manufacture firefighting equipment, and we work together. And we understand and realize that the partnership is the only way ahead, and the safety that we provide is something that can be extremely important. And with that, we end up realizing that we help other vendors and suppliers to grow and develop. And women, they end up appearing as providers and helping to other spheres to grow. So I would say that the role of women is to work together, knowing how to reconcile and build agreements, and slightly different from men, women are slightly more flexible. So that's why usually our partnerships are more long-lasting. A liderança feminina, ela é sempre tópico.
In the infrastructure transformation, I may summarize in three aspects. First of all, driving the sustainable technology and innovation. Women leaders often prioritize the long-term social and environmental benefit over the short-term profit, excelling in the green construction, clean energy, and smart city initiative. For example, like several years ago, CCCC established a Women Science and Technology Association. They are very active and advanced in infrastructure low-carbon solutions. Even in Brazil, women scientists play a pivotal roles in the biofuel like acetone, and also the reinforced conservation infrastructure, such as sustainable road planning in Amazon. Secondly, regarding the promoting the inclusive development, women are more likely to consider the community needs, ensuring the infrastructure project can benefit marginalization groups. For instance, the rural women, the low-income families. In China, under the rural revitalization policy, the female leaders drive rural water sanitation and toilet upgrade, which improves a lot public health. The third aspect is stressing the policy and the corporate leadership. Study shows company with more women on the boards exhibit stronger ESG performance. For example, leaders like Peng Lei, former CEO of Ant Group, advocate the green financing and the investment for the sustainable infrastructure projects. In Brazil, Lucia Helena, the chair of magazine Lucia, invest in women-led clean tech startups. So many demonstrations in these three ways. For sure, obviously, there are always the challenge, like we call industry gender bias, especially in infrastructure industry, which is male-dominated industry. There are always a persisting glass ceiling for the women. But talking about the direction and the strategic recommendation, I may think one of the key measures is policy coordination. For instance, if possible, to establish a Women Infrastructure Development Fund under BRICS framework. Another recommendation is corporate incentives to offer tax benefits for women-led projects. There is a similar mechanism in China called 金国贷. English name is Golden's loan model, which is only the loan specially facilitated for the project led by women in China. So as a conclusion, women are not just participate, but also catalysts in infrastructure transformation. Female leaders in China and Brazil are shaping a more sustainable and equitable future through the innovation, communication, integration, and cross-border collaboration. By strengthening the policy alignment and the corporate partnership, the two nations can emerge as global exemplars of gender equality in green infrastructure. Thank you.
Muito bom. Realmente, acho que cabe a todos nós.
Indeed, it is really up to all of us to, go ahead. And of course, we might face a couple of regulatory challenges, and the WBA and BRICS has a huge role to play in this change and trying to encourage and foster, women empowerment. There are brilliant women in the sector and in the area of infrastructure, oil and gas, predominantly male market. We have incredible women who are since the shop floor until leadership positions. So it's just a matter of us encouraging that. And last but not least, the last question, and considering the challenges that the BRIC countries face in the global tourism market, how do you see this interconnection between safety, mobility, and competitiveness? And what are the strategies that could be implemented in order to strengthen it? So let me start with Elena, and then I will move on to François in order to close our panel. Thank you. Elena. Just before anything, I would say that mobility, safety, and sustainability are a virtuous cycle. And in the area of tourism, whenever we pick a country to go, we not only assess whether that place is safe, but also analyze the accessibility. So definitely safety is associated to mobility. And then we have competition and competitiveness. We usually go to places that we please, where we tend to get back to areas where we felt safe, where we enjoyed. And so safety is very important. Our project has also revealed that most of the traumas are related to the quality of the buses and transportation used by tourists. And so and we also executed a safety-based project, sustainability and safety as a basic condition for the BRICS. And with that, we could increase the competitiveness and the liquidity, because whenever those trips are taken, we enhance the financial and cultural exchange. And based on that, we usually have 3 questions coming up: the development of the infrastructure, and with artificial intelligence, the development of AI-driven transportation media, technical and scientific studies that can be common to the BRICS countries, and the possibility to develop common standards that can be used by the BRICS in order for our tourists to feel comfortable and safe in each one of our countries. So in a nutshell, that would be it. Very well. Let me try to address that question. Well, tourism for the BRICS is something that was not that well developed. Yes, I'm French, and in France we have every year 18 million tourists, whilst Brazil hosts something like 4 to 5. So there's this huge gap to be bridged. And to France, tourism is actually the second biggest economic sector. I remember, when I first went to India and I reached, the Mumbai airport, it took me 2 hours, and it was absolutely chaotic. And that is something that definitely discourages tourism. So mobility has to improve safety. And I see that there's a lot going on. China has, invested heavily in airports, and India is at this point in time building 17 international airports at the same time. So infrastructure is very important. And what we still need to do into further establish are the public-private partnerships, because of course, if you land in a beautiful airport, but once you go out of the premises, you were mugged. I mean, that's no good. So obviously, this is. It requires a general cooperation, a collaboration, which is not very, man-like. I mean, women you tend to be more cooperative and collaborative. So, women should indeed exert more power in leading this development of the tourism sector, because tourism is fantastic in, for instance, opening job positions in underserved communities. And so we could have, I don't know, maybe some, more off-the-wall ideas, a common passport or something that could help the foster and deepen this integration. And we count on you, women, because you are much more capable of doing that than us men. Yeah, and indeed, and talking about Brazil and the potential, the tourism potential that we have, this beautiful nature, it's really a pity, and we are still pretty much, very much, let's say, dependent on the, safety and infrastructure improvements. Thank you very much. Our time is up. I really hope you have enjoyed this conversation. Thank you. Thank you. Let's now go to the center of the stage for the official picture. And just bear in mind that we're going to leave for lunch now, and we should reconvene in 15 minutes. So feel free to return earlier or whenever is more convenient to you. And do not forget to take all your belongings with you. So we should be no later than 20 past 1, 15, 20 past 1. A great lunch, everyone.
So if you could please take your seats again. Those of you who want to watch the next panel, and if you're still in one of the halls, we're going to be here waiting for you. And just so we don't get any later than we are, I'm going to start the next session. And if you could please put your cell phones on silent mode so that we don't have any unnecessary noise in the room. And if you're posting, and by the way, guys, are you posting pictures? So please use our hashtag WeFORUM 2025. And if you could also tag CMAC, and we have, a couple of, not hashtags actually, those are some of the profiles. We have the hashtag WeFORUM 2025, we have CMAC Mulher, CACB official, FIANG official, a lot of the, organizations who've helped us organize this meeting. We have the BRICS, we have Ana Claudia Cotaichi, Monica Monteiro. Oh, mine is there too. Yes, Deborah Aguilar, Lady Diamond Club. If you could also follow us. Okay, so without any further ado, this meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, as we also have our WeFORUM business networking happening at this very same time. And this is a series of business meetings that are taking place during our meeting with the purpose of promoting connections. And obviously, we want to have our participants, striking deals but among them. So let's get back to it. Let me remind you that the WeFORUM meeting was organized by the Council of Women Entrepreneurs and Culture, CIMAC, Commercial Association of São Paulo, the Federation of the Commercial and Business Organizations of Minas Gerais, the Confederation of Commercial and Business Associations of Brazil, CACB, also the Federation of the Industries of the State of Minas Gerais, FIEMG, the Federation for Agriculture and Livestock in the State of Minas Gerais, FAEMG, Brazil Institute of International Business Relations, IBRE, the Brazilian Service to Support Micro and Small Businesses, SEBRAE, FEComércio, the Federation for Commerce, Goods and Services of Minas Gerais, the BRICS Women's Business Alliance, the WBA, which includes Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, the National Confederation of Industries, CNI, the Brazilian Agency to Promote Exports and Trade, Apex Brazil, the Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce, and Services. And we also count on sponsors, namely from the IDB, the BDMG, CODENGI, Invest Minas, the Secretary for Economic Development of Minas Gerais, Moe Shandon, the Transportation System, CNT, SESI, SENAT, and ITL, the Fleury Group, Natura, and the Sabin Group, and also Sigma Lithium. We also count on support from All Invest Verde, Beauty Fair, Brazil Chain Sweden, the Brazilian Council for Commercial Importing and Exporting Companies, CCX, also the News Agency of the Commercial Association of São Paulo, the Diary of Commerce, the Let's Develop and Women Entrepreneurs Project, Federa Minas, the Global Gateway, Infra Women Brazil, IWB, Lady Diamond, MMLP, the UNDP, the City Hall of Belo Horizonte, the SIM Network, Sama Productions and Events, Wiki Jeans do Bem, and Samarco Mining. Shall we get going? I think we're all here, aren't we? Some of you are still coming in little by little. Okay, so we will proceed. And next, what we will have is a moment in it we're going to have some discussions about leadership and mobilization. So let me call, is Anna ready? So let's invite to the stage. And we're very honored to have Mrs. Inna Nesterova, director from the Global Rust Trade and also the chairperson of BRICS WBA Russia. And is getting ready to come up to the stage and to join us. Anna Nesterova, who came from Russia for our meeting. Let's give her a big hand, everyone. Olá e boa tarde, meus colegas. Eu sei que a gente pode falar que eu posso falar em russo também, não é? Já que a gente tem intérprete. Então, quem não tem, por gentileza, pega o equipamento de tradução para eu poder trocar aqui para falar russo com vocês. Good afternoon, my dear colleagues. I know that you're all somewhat tired by now. I mean, we've all worked yesterday, after all, till very late hours. We had a very intense program yesterday, and so today. And I hope that I hope to tell you some interesting things about how in Russia we are currently working with foreign investments and the business possibilities that are currently available in our country. But before I go there, let me thank Monica. Monica, you as the global chairperson of the WBA, I have to say that you have really gathered a lot of really great people. And by the way, guys, I got this wonderful dress, and I want to show this beautiful dress to you. Just give me a second. Just look at this beautiful thing. It's really something amazing, this gift. And to me, I have to say that it really moved me because, as a matter of fact, I don't want to leave Brazil. I'm sorry. And but anyhow, I know that I have to be back to Russia, but I wouldn't like to leave at all. So might I invite this woman? And I think that she, makes those world-class dresses. This is manual work, beautiful design, a study that was made to me. So let's give her a big hand, everyone, please. Okay, I know that we have little time in our hands, so I'm going to tell a little about what's happening in Russia and our economy now. So the Russian economy is growing. We have actually grown for the past 2 years, and Russia knows that it is one of the top 4 world economies. And if you look at our numbers for 2024, the GDP in Russia increased by 4.1%. For the very first time, we were above 200 trillion rubles. And, and the increase in the GDP in 2024 was caused more specifically by the increases were caused basically by investments in communication and also in the hotel business. Hotel and restaurants, they grew by 10%. Also, retail sales grew by 7%. And production was for 8%, increased by 8%. Russia is a very welcoming nation, a very open nation whenever we receive foreign businesses. We have laws in our country for foreign direct investment, which ensure that foreign companies will be taken care of the same way as local companies are, and with assurances also in terms of profits, and also which obviously safeguards the investments made in Russia. This also allows investors to engage in pretty much any business area, ranging from insurance all the way to media and communication. One of the priority areas that we have developed in Russia is technology, which is actually developing very quickly there. And the main investors in the Russian market today are companies from the Middle East and from Turkey, Oman, UAE, also China from Asia, and we also have some other more traditional countries which have been with us, such as Armenia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, and Kyrgyzstan. In the past 2 years, Russia has developed partnerships with the countries from the BRICS. We have had a lot of companies from China, India, and Brazil starting operations in our country, and a number of other friend nations also entered the Russian market and were able to strengthen their presence there. And for these companies, a lot of infrastructure was created for these companies. And we had also the creation of special economic zones and development zones. And you know very well that in Russia, we have 53 regions, which are called special economic regions. And in the 19 years for which we have had these special trade regions, more than we actually have companies coming from 33 different nations. And these special economic zones are served with great infrastructure, and businesses in general have to face minimal barriers to conducting their businesses. They also have preferential treatment in our customs operations. They also are offered lower interest rates, and they are also able to rent facilities for lower prices, not to mention the special conditions that we offer in regions in which we have specific technologies being developed. And in these specific areas, we create a whole set of special laws which are meant for you to start your business there and allow it to grow. We have 23 areas operating under such regime. And for those working in these areas, operating these areas, they are also offered tax benefits of all sorts of types. In 2024, companies, foreign companies, increased their numbers by 14% when compared to 2023. So we saw an increase of 14% in foreign investments in our country. And with that, I'd like to invite you all. I think that this is quite possibly one of the purposes of this meeting. I'd like you to do business not only in Russia, but also to do business here in Brazil and in other countries. Our colleagues from China are here. And, there's a multitude of potential partners here. The BRICS are actually expanding our possibilities, specifically as we are developing business projects. So I'd like to invite everyone to visit us in Russia. We're going to have the second meeting of the Forum of Women Entrepreneurs, and my sister, Monica Monteiro, who's the global chairperson, she promised that she would also visit us in our meeting, and we are eagerly waiting for all of the wonderful women who have welcomed us so beautifully here. And I have to say this, I would like not to leave Brazil anymore. So thank you very much for being that open for all the organization. Monica, you are an inspirational leader, and you really push us to trying to do better. I mean, given the trust that you're able to get from us, and we are all here seeing your exemplary leadership. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's start the session with a panel in which we're going to be talking about health, innovation in science for women's health, artificial intelligence, and personalized medicine in combating chronic diseases and well-being challenges. So, to moderate the discussions, let me invite to the stage Elisa Goulart Machado Kowalski, a guest professor at the Duncan Brown Foundation. And she's going to be moderating this panel. Welcome. Let me also invite Adriana Costa, Managing Director at Siemens Healthineers Brazil. Adriana, welcome. Let me also call Sandra Soares Costa, co-founder and chairman of the board of directors of the Sabin Group. Welcome. Anna Mishriakova, co-founder of the Third Opinion AI company. Welcome, Anna. And Walker Lemon, executive director of institutional relations at Europharma. I wish you all a great panel. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you've had, although fast, but a very good lunch. And first, let me welcome all of you. I really wish that you're all feeling very welcome to this very important panel discussion, which truly has the power to transform lives, because we're going to be talking about health. And it is with immense joy and great responsibility that I am here to thank the organizers for the opportunity to be here. I have to thank Monica Monteiro, Tanya Reyes, and also everyone else involved in the organization of this meeting, which I am sure you are also enjoying immensely. And to do that, I have here a team of amazing people, and they were introduced, but still, I'd like to say something that Gandhi said to sort of serve as, say, a guiding reference to this panel. And he said that health is true gold. With it, anything is possible. Without it, everything becomes challenging. So in this afternoon's panel, we're going to talk about how artificial intelligence might bring positive impacts on our health. And to do that, we have people with great knowledge and expertise on the subject, which they will be sharing with us. So, and since we believe that diversity of opinions is what makes discussions better, let's go, directly to the questions, and I'll basically follow an alphabetical order. So, Adriana, welcome. So, Siemens Healthineers has invested substantially in artificial intelligence to improve diagnostic and treatment. So, what are the main challenges that you have faced in implementing these technologies in the Brazilian healthcare system, and more specifically, given the context of women's health? Oh, thank you very much, Elisa. Thank you, everyone. I have to say that I'm really happy to be with you today. Thank you, Monica, for inviting me. And let me also congratulate the organizers of the meeting, because we've had really great presentations since yesterday discussing so many relevant subjects, and obviously health should be discussed, which is the case now. As you said yourself, Elisa, this is an area that actually cuts across everything that we need and everything that we do, also from the standpoint of diversity. So as I'm talking about the challenges, Siemens Healthineers is an organization whose purpose and mission is to take treatment and diagnostic features that are increasingly more accurate and with greater levels of certainty. And AI has been a part of that journey. A lot is said about AI, and a lot has been said in the past 2 years. But we have been using artificial intelligence and technologies in CATs, in computer tomography equipment, in magnetic resonance imaging equipment, and for over 30 years. And obviously, each year we see major progress happening, but as you said yourself, we also see challenges. And these challenges happen not only in Brazil, they actually happen everywhere else in the world. But looking at the challenges to implement and accelerate the use of AI in healthcare, I'd like to cite a few of them to you. The first is infrastructure and access. We live in a country of continental size, right? I mean, you have a lot of different, say, countries inside Brazil, and access to treatment and access to healthcare institutions has been quite unequal. Also, the universalization of the internet, we still have that challenge of having universal access to the internet, which is a connectivity challenge.
Which is still very important for the combination of data storage and the capture of this, huge data volume released through artificial intelligence. I was just talking to Dr. Sandra in the backstage, and we were talking about the challenges involved in training healthcare professionals, not only the development of those technologies, how those technologies may, advance in enhancing the support, but also improving this and compensating the scarce number of healthcare professionals in the country. And the other thing is the mindset. Why should we use it? What are the benefits, involved in using it? So we have to think that technology and health may indeed provide much faster, scalable, robust, and thorough access. And AI as automation, they can be great drivers for this high-quality healthcare access. And we are not only talking about technology, of course, we are also talking about people. And this integration is ultimately what is going to determine how efficient and those tools are going to be, and and how cross-sectional this is going to be in such a huge country where access is still an issue. The other thing, Adriana, is your leadership in Latin America, because this is a forum of entrepreneur women, and so we have many, many people who are here with us, and that can be inspired by the leaders who spoke to us yesterday and are speaking today. So in over 2 decades of experience in leadership positions in Brazil and Latin America, how do you see the development of customized medicine in Brazil, and what initiatives Siemens and Veers have made to make those achievements more accessible? Elisa, what I can tell you, as I started out by saying that the ultimate goal at Siemens is to transform everything that we developed, like diagnosis and treatment in oncology, for instance, and it's to have those technologies accessible to every single man and woman on Earth. It's unthinkable to think technology and innovation without appreciating the individual characteristics of each one of us. So we have been witnessing huge progresses in customized medicine because of the better understanding of genetics and the human biology. So Siemens and Selfniers are working towards establishing more customized diagnosis and more accurate, so that we can diagnose disease in its early stages, like what mammography did for breast cancer. So in this customized setting, we can combine data, not only the accuracy of the image, but also combining other data that can offer a very important input that will help us to anticipate. And we can transform the lives of women with breast cancer. And so we are committed to, moving on, making technological progress to improve customized service provision, and so that the big data can offer more accuracy to the things that we are doing. And aside to that, obviously the power of cooperation of research and development. So Siemens, Selfniers, and Brazil and the world and Latin America has established great partnerships, and where we have a synergy of this expertise, like Sabin or universities. So we have been constantly looking for ways to leverage strategic partnerships in favor of customized medicine and high-quality healthcare to all. So this is our commitment and our purpose. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you for touching that. And we once again are now, realizing how the human domain is so important here when it comes to technologies, and more importantly, to prevent and to work in advance and use and benefit from this technology, not only to have a more accurate diagnosis, but also earlier diagnosis so that we can enhance the efficiency of the treatment. So now let's ask to our Russian guest, and so those who are connected to us either here or remotely, we can use the channel 1 on the interpretation device because she came straight from Russia, and she's the founder of an AI company which is driven to healthcare, and she's going to tell us a little bit more about the core business of her work and how those innovative solutions can be so efficient in Russia and in Brazil. Third Opinion has developed artificial intelligence algorithms for early diagnosis of diseases like leukemia. What were the main challenges that were faced in the clinical validation of this technology, and how can your company guarantee the accuracy and the reliability of those results for the health of women? Good afternoon. So I'll speak Russian, and so thank you once again, Elisa. Thank you for having invited. I'm very glad for being here. And although we have been around for just a week, it seems that as if I've been here for much longer than that, and we have been welcomed, very warmly, and we feel extremely at home. And so Third Opinion is an IT based company that has been developing medical systems supported by artificial intelligence. And our products are deployed by physicians in more than 2,000 hospitals, small facilities, and since, one single room clinics to large hospitals, and diagnostic medicine, and the nursing is also pretty much supported. And we have developed this with highly qualified physicians, and as Elisa said, those services, they are very important in the medical decision making, and that basically means that this program, this platform, has to be tested in a very reliable way and to have the clinical confirmation. And the question, which is, a surprise question I have for you is, my dear friends, what do you think, my friends, my colleagues who are here, what is the reliability of the medical results, for instance, if we are talking about oncology, what is the percentage of right results? And well, actually, I would like to know from Adriana and Dr. Sandra, who work with diagnostic medicine, what is the level of reliability of your results? So maybe you could tell us a little bit more about that. Dr. Sandra, who didn't actually had the chance to give her message yet. Well, good afternoon. So it's a real pleasure for me to be part of this panel. And getting back to Belo is a reason of great joy. This was where I got my degree. I got married here, and I moved to Brasilia, where I am for more than 40 years. Sabin, I found a good partner. And speaking about innovation is a privilege, because this is one of the key words of our trajectory at Sabin. Well, innovation and quality are the pillars and fundamental values that we have been pursuing, in particular, in order to reach better accuracy. So addressing your question, Anna, we know that this is absolutely fundamental, essential, to our business. Delivering quality lies at the very heart. It's really the most important pillar and basically what we have always done within our organization. Thank you, Adriana. Yeah, so yeah, incredible to see we've been leading this, technology company for the development diagnosis, and every time we see the human training and the achievements of AI, whenever that is combined, we should have better results, more safety, more agility, and higher scalability with more accurate results. And of course, we are here basically analyzing the image-based diagnosis, but we could, also extrapolate to others. And so the training of the human element associated with AI that aggregates a lot of safety, provided that the medical protocols and all other policies are implemented in order to reaffirm the safety in analyzing those results. My second question, I think, well, we're still going to have questions. So, Walker.
I would like to come back.
Na verdade, se vocês me permitirem, eu quero retornar e falar a respeito do porquê que isso é tão importante. So, this question is fundamental because people sometimes they have very high, hopes vis-a-vis to artificial intelligence. But this is something that obviously depends on the physicians, and the AI algorithms have been calling the attention. So we have to have at least 81% accuracy for such results. So we have, whenever those solutions are introduced in the services, we have to be very attentive to understand whether the reliability is, decreasing, whether we have to maybe support that program. And we know that AI doesn't rest and doesn't take, time off. But anyway, we have to guarantee the reliability. And Lisa, what are the main challenges and difficulties that we need to reach those reliability difficulties to help the physicians and to have quality results? So the team to create medical algorithms, we are highly dependent on the combination that the team is going to do. So it's very important for us to rely on very well-trained physicians with solid knowledge so that we create a solid digital product. And not only that, of course, the IT experts, experts on AI, sit down and are part of this discussion, because aside to professionals, we also need to have data, high quality data, in order to foster and to feed the algorithm. So our company dealt with and addressed new cases, over 10 million new cases. And the issue is not about the quantity, but rather the quality, the expertise which is accumulated throughout years in order to create this database and the algorithms, and also the infrastructure. Sometimes the infrastructure is sort of overlooked, and it's extremely important in order for us to have better accuracy and to be able to have this implemented into the medical setup, not only here, but in other countries. So that has to be taken into account. We need to understand what are the local conditions, and sometimes we might be dealing with communication failures and other infrastructure problems. So I believe that our experience in Russia can be extremely interesting to us here in Brazil, because not only infrastructure-based topics, but also engineering and competence. But teaching, teaching and training is very important. So the creation of those algorithms will teach physicians how to deploy those tools in order for them to effectively be helpful to their diagnosis and decision making. Well, yeah, Walker, and I actually just tried to offer the word to the diagnostic medicine professionals first, but with regards to the pharmaceutical industry, it would be great to hear from you, not only with regards to reliability, but also the scale. How can we work this, data volume? Europharma has this, astounding productivity and is still growing and expanding, and we had the chance to visit on Monday, and despite it's huge, they are actually still short on space, and they are building another facility in Montes Claros, which is 4 times bigger. So he's going to say a few words about this. Thank you, Elisa. Thank you for the moderation, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a special thanks to Monica for the kind invite. It's a great pleasure, and a man to take part in this panel among so many brilliant women. And Dr. Sandra, I'm very glad, very happy to hear that you are your degree came from UFMG, and so was mine. So we have something in common, really. So specifically on that point that Anna touched, there are a couple of important remarks here to be made. So the use of artificial intelligence for diagnostic purposes in the mammograms, for instance. We have many, many different studies showing that AI is capable of establishing as good diagnosis of mammograms as radiologists. So there are many, many studies, but the best combination is that one that Adriana mentioned, is to basically have human training and good quality AI. However, we have remote areas in the country where we simply lack human resources. So for those places, the AI actions are extremely important in order to roll out screening programs and to try to maybe the preliminary diagnosis. And if we manage to do that, I mean, this is going to be a change on its own. I mentioned the mammograms, but there are many AI devices where you couple, for instance, a cell phone and an optical spec to do cervix cancer examination. And so that can be extremely important, in order to reinforce and to actually provide access in more remote areas of the country that are short on the support. And Anna was very provocative, and was another very interesting point to be made after her comments is the following. We see very interesting developments for AI in order to track behavioral changes. And this was done with women. I mean, behavioral changes in women in apps and social networks in order to forecast the potential onset of depression. So depending on how they express themselves on WhatsApp, Instagram, or Facebook, that can be predictive, or one of the predictive elements for the onset of a depression. And so the algorithms can analyze the current pattern and compare it to the usual pattern. So in a country like ours that needs to expand diagnosis to many people who are in remote areas, that can be determinant in changing the medical reality of the country. Excellent contribution in order to wrap up this beautiful provocation that Ms. Kriakova did to us. So my last question to you is, and obviously your female startup, and that startup was actually acknowledged in the BRICS startup contest in the category of AI by its platform, the Third Opinion. So as a co-founder, what are the main trends that you have been identifying in intercrossing technology and health, women's health more specifically?
Well, thank you very much for that question, Elisa. I have to say that it's really great to have had this conversation. And yes, we have, I think, a similar perspective on these issues. And as a matter of fact, as you said yourself, in the past, while we had a Russian, while the BRICS was being chaired by the Russians, specifically in the WBA, a contest was organized, including women-run startups, and
the greatest challenge. We are here to work to do that. And considering the moment that we are going through right now, and that we basically went through a good transition already, how do you think that we could help other productive sectors with this agenda? Well, the energy sector did its homework, and it was not totally intentional, I should say. Brazil avenues that result of the many renewable resources that we have. So Brazil
de energia eólica e justamente orientar. Não precisa ser engenheira, né? E eu aqui, economista, nessa indústria há tantos anos. E a gente criou esse programa, que é um programa que faz uma chamada de mentoria em nível global, e as mentoras também são só mulheres, pelas mesmas razões aqui colocadas pela Fernanda.
Has just answered, and we do an yearly selection. So that is a program that has been on since 2020, and we've had many cooperation agreements with other international programs, and something like 20 of them. That's why I cannot list them here by heart. And I'm one of the ambassadors of this program. We are 8 ambassadors, and I am here for Brazil and Latin America. And we have 7 other colleagues in Africa and Asia. So we tried to really spread all over the world in 8 main regions. And we have those women who run the mentorship programs, and our mentees, they sometimes become mentors themselves. So for this year, we are still working on um, an initiative which is pretty much geared towards the COP30, and not only in Women Win, but other programs as well, so that we might give more visibility to this program during COP30, because we are basically talking about ESG, right? ESG and also about this energy transition, inclusion, and diversity. Thank you, Elvira. So just to add, one of the greatest, prides I have is we're part of underrepresented groups, Black women, women coming from the Northeast, that so there was this concern in the beginning. And the female participation in the sector, we didn't have ANPs or NLs. We didn't really have women, in that sector. And when that became viral, because when we saw, when we realized this was on all the major media outlets and social networks, and we were, oh my God, are we going to be, sacked because we are feminists and so on and so forth. What really, disturbed me was, it's because the energy sector is very masculinized and this and that. Why is this? Because if women are, more severely affected by energy transition and energy poverty, if women basically care about this, because women, they are the ones who are, effectively worried about the future, about um, the day after. So this is extremely, female type of topic that was being handled by men. And so this is absolutely essential if we want to reach the results. And again, still on the agenda, once that topic, came about, we started to see many different groups: the energy ladies, women in wind, solar energy, women from biogas, many groups, and each one of them focused on their own area. So, and there is one cocktail party where we award women, and we try to, give this award to women in diverse groups, Black women and so on. So we've gathered all those groups of women, and we've basically we signed off a pledge, and which was the pledge of equity of the groups of women. So we are still building on the name, and there are many things for us to do together, because when we gather And when we unite forces, we are unbeatable, unstoppable. If there is a group of women, getting together around a specific purpose, this group is unstoppable. Let me, congratulate you for all those incredible initiatives. And I suspect I'm the oldest here among you. And I started out when I was 22 in finance. And I remember going to a party with 1,000 men. There were 2 women. All the other guests were men, and myself and the director of the Benji Bank at the time. So we know we can, but we just have to, personify that. And because if you don't go, with your own legs, nobody's going to push you there. And this is a lesson that I got from my mother. She's 85, and she, pushed me. And I remember when I was 15, no, you don't need to come and help me in the kitchen, because you have to study hard. And if you need to choose between your husband and your job, you're going to pick your job. So that's it. Yeah, I'd like to just leave a take-home message here for you. Being a woman, knowing how to be a woman, and taking ownership over that is an act of bravery with oneself and gratitude for, merely for one mere's existence. Yesterday, we heard someone saying about, or Chow actually was talking about trust. And in order for us to move forward, we have to learn what is the true meaning of that. And I'm here among friends, and those women here, we trust. And those are old friends. We trust one another. Over 20 years of friendship. We believe in this, ever giving gift of existence. And we know that we are, we all look different externally, but we are very similar. And if I could give you an advice, is fall in love for yourself. And that moment obviously depend on the support of men. And so just, this is my take-home message. Thank you. Well, thank you very much to all our special guests in this panel. Very important. Today we talked about energy. And the BRICS Women Startups Context Award was launched yesterday in our first WeFORUM day. And at the entrance hall, you can get more information if you are interested in submitting. And those of you interpreters who are interested, go ahead and do it. And this is an award that is going to be given to women who have worked in the corporate world. And Margaret Coelho, the director of SEBRAE, was the one to launch it. And at 3:30, we are going to have our coffee break. And if you're interested in, feel free to just help yourself. And we really did our best to be very welcoming to all of us. Okay, so let's proceed. With another leading or leadership and mobilization moment. And we would like to invite Ms. Andrea Almeida, the CFO of CEMIG. Welcome, Andrea. Well, good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure for me to be here today and to, and I was given a very hard task, very, big shoes to fill after this group of women, talking about energy, which is a sector that I also represent, and a very, very powerful group. So it is a challenge, and I'll try to still captivate your attention. Well, my name is Andrea Almeida, and I am part of this group since its origin, and I like learning. I've been mining Vale, oil and gas, Petrobras, and I'm here in Minas as a CFO in energy. I'm very happy to be part of a company that is 100% renewable in its resources. And I chose to talk about leadership and how we can attract more women to our group. It's also hard to talk about leadership with so many incredible leaders as part of this audience. But I still wanted to say something about what do we do in order to keep on attracting women to our group. And I have led, I have been led, and I tried to, make the best out of the lessons that I learned throughout my life. And I have a couple of examples that I try to, implement and put into practice by day. And there are a couple of people who work with me, and they might speak, from their own experience. And I would like to start by saying that in order for us to lead, we have to create environments where people feel safe to express their own opinions, that they feel comfortable, and that ultimately render solutions to the companies. And obviously, an environment that will welcome not only gender diversity, but a diversity of ideas, of backgrounds. I'm an engineer, but having a psychologist, taking part on the discussion is definitely going to broaden up, and we might offer much better solutions. Now, and with regards to this plan and the discussion between the leadership back and forth, and how come people are going to put together a plan without understanding. So they have to know, once they get to know what is the meaning of that strategic plan, then they can realize what is their role. And also a place where people can, get connections and establish connections, like that team that did the leadership program together. So those connections, as we are doing this incredible networking here, and those connections are going to be extremely important for us to, consolidate our leadership. And we tackled the mentorship. So I actually don't need to say much more about that. And how important that is to develop the leaderships inside and outside companies. And today we have also talked about how it is important for us to celebrate the achievements in order to further develop leadership, and how we women know how to do that very well. And for that, we can continue to use our very special way of doing that to keep on attracting women for this group.
But I think that in addition to the many things that we do in our companies, we must also have some affirmative action. And I'm going to try and share with you some of the experiences that I had at CEMIG, two examples actually from CEMIG, which we have been implementing to try and bring more women around, and more entrepreneurship and more innovation as well. So I'm going to talk to you about two nice projects which I love talking about. One of them is called Innovate CEMIG Lab, which is an open innovation program that will actually run for the WBA contest. And we're very much open, by the way, to having as many startups as possible, both here and at CEMIG as well. So it is a program with which we are trying to deal with our operational and strategic issues via innovative solutions, bringing startups in to help us develop solutions. So the purpose indeed is to look for startups to try and find solutions to our problems. And there's quite a few issues that we have to consider. So startups basically are assigned scores based on 42 questions, and we assign extra scores to startups founded by women. So this is, like I said, we need to have some affirmative action as well. If you don't do that, you're not going to be able to bring in more women. Another example from CEMIG is, well, we focused on 6 strategic technologies in energy transition, and many of them were discussed during the energy panel. One of them, obviously, is smart grid storage and batteries and artificial intelligence, about which a lot has been said, sustainable energy generation, electric mobility, and green hydrogen. 50% of the folks in charge of these energies at CIMIC, 50%, they are women. This is affirmative action, real affirmative action that makes a difference as we are trying to transform that reality, really bring in more women into this world. And I'd like to wrap up by thanking the organizers again and to remind everyone how important it is for us to mobilize towards building a different future. Meetings such as this show that this is possible. And together, yes, we can build a different future for us and also for future generations. Let's do this together, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrea. Okay, so let's now call, and I'm very proud to do that. Let's call to the stage of WeFORUM 2025, Mrs. Beatriz Paredes. We're going to talk first about the role of women in politics. Beatriz is a major leader, a great woman. She ran actually for president, and she is an extremely dear person in her country of origin. She is a former senator of the Republic of Mexico, a former president of the Committee on Foreign Relations, Latin American and Caribbean of the Senate of the Republic of Mexico. Mrs. Paredes, if you could please join me on stage. Thank you very much for being with us, Beatriz. Good afternoon. I have to say that I'm really happy for being here in Belo Horizonte, Minas Gerais, and I saw Belo Horizonte. I actually saw Belo Horizonte first in my mind, in my imagination, and when I was still very young, and I was actually still at university at the time, and I saw Belo Horizonte based on the Hope Samba music, which is a song that said, one day in Belo Horizonte, I'm going to be the spring that comes with the wind. Do you know that song? It's a beautiful song, and we used to sing that song back then, and I love being here with you guys. You see, my heart is beating more stronger when I'm here with you, and my dear friends, such as Mariana Feldman, who invited me to be here. Thank you very much, by the way, Monica, too, for organizing such a great meeting. My heart beats in the rhythm of samba, and I like Brazilians so very much. So, as a great Mexican ambassador who was once in Brazil, he spoke about Brazil and he said beautiful things about this country. You know, things that spoke about the importance, about the transcendent values in this great nation. And now I would like to talk to you a little about my own experience in a presentation in which I'm not going to say that I'm going to speak, say, a mixture of Portuguese and Spanish, but actually in Castellano, which is my language of origin. So without any further ado, I'd like to start my presentation by bringing a few words to you in an attempt to remind everyone what this great ambassador, Alfonso Reyes, said about Brazil. Because you guys really need to be aware of that, and you really need to know this about your country. So the creator of Brazil, he said, started by deploying great amounts of the 4 elements: water, air, fire, and earth, in such a way that it ended up actually almost doing it in an imbalanced manner. He used so much land and so much earth that even though he was responsible for creating this region, he ended up fabricating a whole continent inside the continent of America. This is what he did, the creator. He used so much water as he was creating this country that the Iguazu Falls, and think about this, in the Amazon watershed and also in other large watersheds in the world, the whole issue of atmospheric moisture was resolved in such a way that in the Marañón Delta, more than just a delta, what you have there is actually a fight between two equals, between two oceans. The creator used so much air in creating Brazil that it is quite likely that the creator might have needed to take the atmosphere away from the moon, although authorities might not agree so much with that, because others say that the planet needed to squeeze itself as if it were a sponge to have access to some of the air coming from Brazil. And the creator used such intense fire qualities that large portions of the soil ended up being singed and then achieved ultimate crystallization, becoming diamond, which is basically a carbon exaggeration. And getting then to the synthesis of all four elements, that is getting to humankind, men and women, and as he shook that substance from which the Brazilian people would arise, he dumped in that environment a wide array of ingredients of all colors, of all races, from the transparent plates all the way to the shiniest stars, going through all tones from the cocoa and coffee beans. And out of all that, we have, as an outcome, a beautiful and grand nation that never lost its smile or its generosity amidst suffering, amidst pain. An exemplary people who is at the same time brave, bold, and the pride of the humankind, a promise of joy and happiness in the toughest and in the most divine days. So these were the words of Alfonso Reyes about you, Brazilians. In the very difficult days in which we live, days in which women, the women called by Monica and by this organization, days in which business women are meeting together, also calling other women from other latitudes, which are also part of the BRICS, to review the ways in which we can place our names in history. This is actually refreshing to us all. And this actually forces us to try and understand why is it that the 21st century is the century of female centrality. And it doesn't mean to say that we are central to this world only as of now. No, women have always worked. You know, your mothers have always worked. Isn't that true? And quite substantially, I might add. And so did your grandmothers, and so did your great-grandmothers. What happens today, however, is that work at home, underappreciated work, played an essential role, but it was never seen as actual work. And in historical terms, this speaks a lot about the central role that women have always had. And I would like to greet the Chinese delegation present here today. I had a chance of being in Beijing in 1980. At the time, I saw what that country looked like, and I had a chance to see the transformation of Chinese women. In that moment, I could see that. In the 1980s, I also remembered that story, a sad story of many women who needed to roll up their feet so that they would be really small, so that they would never grow. So I'm immensely proud to see here today these women among us as members of the BRICS leading things. Now the time has come for women to play a central role. And why have we gotten to this era, my dear women entrepreneurs and women leaders? Because in the 20th century, 5 things ended up converging. First, over greater access to education, which somehow allowed us to take ownership of our own consciousness. Also, the expansion of suffrage, meaning the possibility of casting our votes and of being elected as well, which allowed us to take ownership of our own ability to become citizens. Also, the widespread use of contraceptives, which allowed us to take ownership of our sexuality. The wider access to divorce, also, which allowed us to take ownership of our civil personalities. And expanded access to paid work, which allowed us to take ownership of our self-sufficiency. These historical facts, which transpired throughout the centuries, culminated in the 20th century. And this is how you and your daughters as well were able to play a central role in your own lives. And what is happening to this day? I mean, one of the guest speakers spoke about that in one of the amazing panels that I had a chance to attend. Sometimes when we get to positions of power, we basically want to start looking like men, isn't that so? And many times, without realizing we are doing that, we begin to adopt this masculinity which mirrors that of men. It is only natural that this happens because the history of power has always been a masculine history as well. In Brazil, we had the amazing example of Empress Leopoldina, because the emperor, the Pedro emperors, they were not the educated ones. It was actually Leopoldina. She was the one who brought scientists to Brazil. But what happens to women who, as they wield their power, they also have that intuition and they put into it their feminine personality? What does it mean to us as we wield power in our businesses? What does it mean to incorporate a feminine personality? Well, look at the situation that we live today, and I'm talking about Social Security. All of that was built in a time in which those who were incorporated into the labor world were men. It took a revolution for our Social Security to occur. It takes a state in which Social Security is guaranteed, and a state that understands that men and women are working, and also talking about social welfare. Maybe women could drive that process. We need business women as they participate in big industries. They have to see their projects in such a way that they include also places in which they can leave their children close to the factories where they work. There must be a change also in the hours at which they can have access to school so that small children can be there with their kids, because what actually makes a working mother crazy is the school hours and the working hours that she has to follow. How can she basically drop her child and go to work? We have to reconsider all of this, the organization of the educational system, and in parallel to the work of work on account of the presence of women in the world of labor in more significant terms. And we must finally acknowledge, as mentioned here earlier during a panel in which the energy was the subject of discussion, that women can contribute not only with colors. I mean, if this had been a panel with men only, quite certainly they would talk about coffee. They would only be wearing gray and black. This is a colorful panel instead. I'm not talking about competing or dislocating men. No, I think that we can complete each other because we are different, yet we are the same. We are the same in terms of rights, we are the same in terms of potential, but we are also different because we have men and we have women. But in our differences, let us also acknowledge and exercise the exercise of power without authoritarianism. There is a substantial difference between exerting or exercising democracy and exercising authority. The democratic exercise of, or choosing to exercise power democratically or not. And we women have a lot to contribute with the knowledge on how to wield power in a democratic way. And why is that? Because the thing that allows us to exist fully is inclusion. Inclusion, and not the dominion of one over the other. I'm not saying that we are anti-man. No, we should never be mistaken for that. We are actually anti-machismo, and those are two different things. Long live the man. We do not want any machismo around, though. Thank you very much for your attention. Our dear Beatriz Paredes, let's now start another session in which we're going to be discussing the advances in logistics and supply chain for a sustainable world. And let's start our last panel about advances in logistics, supply chain for a sustainable world, as I said earlier. And we're going to cover some of the innovations and practices that are changing industries by promoting efficiency and environmental responsibility. And to talk about these subjects, let me invite to the stage the moderator first, Tanya Reis, the CEO of the SERPA Group. And let me also acknowledge you, Tanya, specifically, since you spared no efforts to help us in this meeting. She really made this meeting happen. So thank you very much, Tanya. Since you've sponsored us and you brought in also the foreign participants. So I'd like to thank you on behalf of the WeFORUM 2025. Thank you so very much for organizing such a great meeting. So Tanya, let me also call the participants of our panel discussion. Yang Huiping, she's the CFO of ZTO Express. Let's give her a big hand, everyone. Let me also invite Flavia Moraes Takafashi, the director of the National Waterway Transport Agency, NTAC, and Luciana Oriki, the CEO of CK Circular. Have a great panel, everyone.
So is Inacia taking part as well? We also would like to invite Inacia Soares, who's a journalist, and welcome Inacia once again. Yeah, if you allow me to ask for a round of applause for a person who basically made this whole thing happen, and I would call her 10 times. Okay, so Tanya Reis, you made this dream come true. Monica Monteiro, we did. Aside to Monica, we had another incredible team, and nothing would ever happen if we were not together, hand in hand, and moving all together towards one single direction. This is our way of doing things. Good afternoon, my dear friends, members of this panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And before we can start this debate, I have a quick message to all of you. And it's always a great honor to be part of the WeFORUM activities. As a vice president of the Brazil BRICS WBA chapter, I was given the opportunity to interact with professionals of many different countries and amazing audiences such as you. And our meetings have always been extremely rich and interactive. So go around, try to look for opportunities. The person who's sitting next to you right now is a potential partner for new projects. So try it out. Try to just reach out to the person who's beside you and your name. Tell your name in your area of expertise. Why not? Make the best out of it, because I mean it's not that common that we have so many people together, right? This is how deals are cut, and I have done quite a few today. That's why I like to say, women, let's not be that shy. Let's be more proactive. So our panel is going to be about advances in logistics and supply chain for a sustainable world. And if there is an agenda that will, unite all of us together, that is logistics. It really doesn't matter what is our belief, but there are great chances of the garments that you are wearing right now might have, been transported through a very long either ship trip or by truck. And so that this networking gathers and approximates products, consumers at every kilometer. So sustainability became our motto. Logistics has a very, let's say, practical and tangible side, which are the pallets, the ships, containers, trains, trucks, but the products, they get to the right place, above all, given the human ability to plan. And we do plan very well each mile of the road, because we know we might go through, tough seas or, roads that are maybe blocked because of demonstrators. And we are very far from Ukraine and Palestine, but the international logistics suffer the consequences of those wars. And what is it that we logistics company have to do? We have to protect our clients from all the delays and losses that might be potentially present. So that's therefore, as a leader, try to be flexible, attentive, sensitive. Try to have a plan A, B, C, because logistics is an operation that involves trust, and we have contracts all over the place. You have insurance for this, for that. But at the end of the day, trust is ultimately what sustains the continuity of operations day after day. We know that the products that we carry are, eagerly expected, and logistics is commitment and sustainability as well. And throughout the years, we have expanded our focus to beyond the focus of only import and export, or just, getting merchandise here and delivering elsewhere in the world. And that's what we are going to talk about in this panel. The international logistics is every day more committed and more responsible for a better world. We have invested in new management technologies for transportation control. We are what the market considered an invisible sector. We are everywhere, day in and day out, go through high and low wars, catastrophes, all that in order for you to get your product, your merchandise in the right place and time. And we from International Logistics will work in order for all the deliveries to be within due time. So thank you for your attention, and let's now, without any further ado, proceed to our debate session. And just before we invite Inácio Soares, our moderator, who's also a journalist, I was invited to actually be the moderator. However, we had a last-minute development. Nadir Moreno from UPS, Renato Lopez from ICTS Rio Terminal, Elisa Schulman, director of the WeFORUM, they simply could not attend due to health reasons. So life is full of unexpected situations. So as a leader, never forget to have a backup plan. And sometimes we could have the whole alphabet. Very well, so please take your seat now, because you're also going to take part in our debate. And by the way, some people are quite curious about the flower that Tanya is carrying, and she got it when she was welcomed here because she's an honorary citizen of Paraguay, and she was recognized as an honorary citizen given the connections that she has been establishing, and she is also being very much recognized by this in exchange opportunity, so that entrepreneurs like you might be able to, be more bold and try to export and expand your portfolio and to maybe step into international trade. So talking more about sustainability and logistics chain, let's talk about supply chain. So here we are. I mean, our clock is ticking and we should stick to time. And I would like to start by Lian, who came from so far away who lives in Shanghai. So, Yan, how is it that the collaboration and, again, using all your experience as a CFO of ZKO, you work very, very hard, and CTO, for those of you who do not know this company, it is a leader in their field in China. And when we talk about such a company who's a leader in China, even if it would, in the 20th place, they would still be a huge company. So Yan is probably responsible for many relevant decisions. And she's going to tell us how is it that this sustainability and supply chain have a role to play within BRICS, and how can this be strengthened in the countries that are part of the BRICS, the logistic chains that you have been working so hard for them to happen, and that, who knows, maybe this can be an inspiration to other countries, which is a more sustainable trade based on international logistics. And feel free if you'd like to give examples of the things that you have been implementing. Muito obrigada. Em primeiro lugar, eu queria reforçar que eu estou muito orgulhosa e me sinto muito feliz por estar aqui com vocês. Depois de viajar 28 horas, eu estou aqui para compartilhar algumas histórias. Eu entrei para a ZTO há muitos anos atrás, justamente pela China ser muito extensa, né? Nós temos inúmeras diferenças culturais de uma província para outra, né? Dos respectivos governos, as estradas, infraestrutura, tudo muito diverso. Então, isso foi muito relevante para compartilhar essas experiências, tendo a gente saiu de 57 encomendas há 22 anos atrás para hoje entregarmos 93 milhões numa operação diariamente. E ainda estamos com a intenção de bater o recorde dos 100 milhões em 2025, só para dar para vocês uma noção da escala da nossa operação. Bom, a pergunta, né, que vocês fizeram, eu queria deixar claro aqui 4 aspectos sobre de que maneira os países do BRIC podem trabalhar juntos, né, colaborando para estabelecer uma solução sustentável dentro da logística, né, de forma que isso possa beneficiar os negócios. Né? A primeira área é a área de infraestrutura. As estradas, como a Jal mencionou ontem, né, eu diria que essa é a prioridade número 1. E quando nós falamos, né, em termos de estradas, né, também a construção de portos que são multicanais e que possam estar integrados à malha viária e ferroviária, de forma que você tenha ali uma forma de vazão adequada. E isso, claro, vai requerer também canais de transmissão, não só portos, mas também áreas, né, de armazenamento e de almoxarifado para as mercadorias ficarem alojadas, né, e nós realmente precisamos pensar que a parte da infraestrutura ela é importante para gerar essa conexão, não só dentro, né, no contexto dos BRICS, mas também fora dele. Então, é fundamental que a gente também pense na digitalização. A digitalização ela não pode ser alcançada até a gente fazer a padronização. Então, as informações relativas a isso são fundamentais para que a gente tenha, por exemplo, um reconhecimento mútuo de documentos eletrônicos, um sistema de rastreamento de encomendas, sabendo de onde vem determinada encomenda, para onde ela vai, quando vai chegar. Isso é importantíssimo. Deixa eu só dar para vocês aqui um gostinho do que acontece lá na China, né? Eu tive a oportunidade de passar um tempo, trabalhar um tempo nos Estados Unidos, e é muito, muito lento lá, porque lá na China, né, a gente tem aí uma média de 24 a 48 horas para entrega. Então, eu fiquei mimada com isso, viu? E é bastante difícil, né, a gente lidar com essas barreiras, né, culturais de um país para o outro. E por isso que a padronização é tão fundamental nas regras e na parte regulatória, para que a gente tenha, né, um bom reconhecimento, um sistema, né, de reconhecimento de operadores que vá nos ajudar a derrubar parte dessas barreiras. Uma terceira área que seria extremamente positiva e benéfica é a construção e o investimento em soluções sustentáveis. Uma empresa como nós, ETO, a gente começou com 50 mil RIBs e hoje nós estamos com desculpem, gente, eu sou uma CFO, né? Então eu fico aqui trabalhando com os números em termos de valor de mercado, né? Mas, basicamente, pensando do ponto de vista, né, assim, a longo prazo, é fundamental que a gente pense no futuro. Então, nós temos que tentar valorizar um pouco mais essa questão, né, dos interesses a longo prazo, tanto, né, do grupo quanto do ponto de vista individual, e ser um pouco mais holísticos. Então, todos esses aspectos têm que ser levados em consideração. E é bastante claro que escolhas terão que ser feitas e algumas delas que podem implicar sacrifícios, né? Então, é uma terceira área que, de fato, merece a nossa atenção, que é a construção dessas modalidades sustentáveis, né? Por exemplo, né, a energia renovável, as próprias embalagens, né? O material que nós utilizamos para, né, fazer essas embalagens são materiais reutilizáveis, recicláveis. Então, do ponto de vista dos materiais, essas novas, né, fontes de materiais recicláveis também pode ser uma área interessantíssima para os BRICS. E a última área, que seria a parte de políticas públicas que podem facilitar a adoção de padrões comuns, né, para que a gente tenha, por exemplo, desembaraço aduaneiro e também redução de barreiras tarifárias, né, de forma que isso aumente a praticidade, né, e também facilite, né? Muito bem, você é uma CFO, né, muito bem informada. Muito obrigada pelas informações. Very well then. Thank you, Tanya. And I'm going to just leave you for last but not least, since you opened the session. And I would therefore like to start with Rihanna, who's going to talk to us about the global commitment towards sustainability. And so, Luciana, we have been an effort to contribute to healthier, more long-lasting world and exploring resources in a more conscious way. What are the specific recommendations that you do in your consulting day by day that the logistics companies should try to implement? Companies that are looking forward to being more responsible, where should they start from? Well, I would say that the very beginning. Well, let me just start by saying thank you for the invite, Tanya. And special thanks to Monica and all the other organizers. This is a very important event, and really, this is the way we get stronger in whatever area we are. There is one program page in LinkedIn that I like very much, and it is one. Whenever you step up, you can drag someone with you in a nutshell. I am, again, a fruit of the BRICS, and I got a Mulan Prize award in China, and I've been working in the field of sustainability for over 20 years, and studying at UNICAP and many other sectors. So the sustainability, both in logistics as in many other sectors, has been greatly driven by the ESG regulatory frameworks that are imposed by the financial market. Of course, we have sustainability as a major goal, and this is really not a matter of just wishing for it. I mean, it's a necessity, and the climate change, the increasing rainfall and global warming, and so the financial market basically puts this in terms of risks. So they have analysis, scenarios, and risk analysis that have to be done. And logistics basically connects suppliers to buyers or clients. So this is, intimately related to supply chain. And we have been, faced with growing, regulations about the topic in Europe. We have a couple of bills to pass, and we don't really know whether in the current moment it's going whether it's going to be positive or not. And reducing scope and still at temporary basis, but a lot about the supply chain. So logistics has a huge impact on the figures of all suppliers. So today I've seen many colleagues talking about the essential, the mitigation and emission of GHGs, and what we can commonly see in the boards and the work groups is the logistics connectivity. And that term, logistics connectivity, is based by three pillars: operational efficiency, and we are talking about IoT, blockchain, big data, in order for us to deliver traceability and real-time monitoring of the packages. But even more important, the connectivity among people, which was also mentioned earlier today, where people, they want to know where is my package today, and also connectivity among drivers, clients, the operational team. So this real-time monitoring is a very strong trend that has to be taken into account.
We also have the hubs, which we call, last mile logistics, because today whenever a package is meant to arrive at your end customer, you get to a distribution center, the warehouse, then distribution is basically scattered. It's individually sent to each house, then you have to deal with traffic. So we have to develop local partners as well. And we have seen how this has improved, right, Luciana? Because everyone receives those WhatsApp messages, for instance, from Mercado Libre when you buy there, or Amazon saying that from this to this time, your package will arrive home, and you have to make sure that there is someone there to pick it up. Because in the old days, it would take like a whole day, right, to get it. Yeah, you see, one thing that you end up losing in the middle of the way is, worker training, and a lot of these values that we have in energy efficiency and emissions as well. For your own house and for your own operation, you see, your employees, they have to be included in that culture because, a company is actually made by individuals, right? So unless we work with these internal values and unless we understand that this is possible for everyone, I mean, obviously, legislation is developed for big companies. Legislation from the SEC, Brazilian SEC, but they have a whole supply chain underneath them that needs to be, brought up too or pulled up. So this is a journey, and you have to take steps based on how you can do this. And I've actually spoken a little about something that I want to discuss with Flavia. Right? Yes, she did talk about the importance of technology in improving processes and improving the quality of the quality of delivery. So I want to understand what the setup is like in federal agencies because they do play a big role as catalysts of important things that we do in the market. So what kinds of new technologies have you used in artificial intelligence? What is it they're setting up? And what are you showing that can be done better? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Let me first start by thanking Monica for inviting me to be here, and Tanya as well, who very kind, allowed me to be here. We are in a meeting in which we're talking about logistics, in which we're talking about connections between countries and of basically increasing businesses between countries, and all of that goes through our Brazilian ports. So the ANTAC is the Brazilian Agency for Maritime Transportations, and we are the ones who basically grant licenses to Brazilian ports. Every port terminal has necessarily a license to operate that is issued by us. Every investment made in our ports requires a permit from the regulating agency, or regulatory agency, and we're keeping close track of the investments ports have made in the area of sustainability. I would like to first give you a few numbers because since we're all here talking about how to improve business in general and how to improve the supply chain amongst BRICS countries. If we look at water transportation, and we collect those numbers actually on a regular basis to understand how our business has worked. In 2024, the amount of shipments added up to 1.3 million tons of shipments moving through Brazilian ports, and specifically, shipments in containers, which grew by 20% in 2024. In export numbers, they grew by 17%, and imports by 18%. And if you talk about trade exchanges between BRICS countries, and I'm going to give you some number about the imports as well. Containers from China in 2024, we imported 1.6 million kluks that came through the Brazilian ports, and we exported 761,000 TEUs. In Russia, we also have 13,000 TEUs, which are container units basically, and we exported 5,300 TEUs. And why am I bringing those numbers to you? Because if we are trying to increase trade, we have to go through ports which are becoming less and less sustainable. We have seen a lot of steps being taken from international regulations, as mentioned here earlier. We also have the International Maritime Organization, which imposes a few rules towards net zero, and also ports in Brazil and all over the world having to adjust to these. Also, the first point, which was to reinforce infrastructure, and indeed, we can only see our economies grow as we also see the growth of infrastructure. And Brazilian ports have invested heavily in sustainability. They have been investing a lot as well on electrical equipment, which have become more and more important. There's also steps being taken by some large shipbuilders and actually transportation companies of having their ships use renewable fuels. So ports also need to adjust to load shore power. I mean, ports have been adjusting to try and fuel those ships whenever they're docked on the port. They basically generate emissions, right? Because those trucks they are stopped, but they keep their engines on while they are docked to get either goods out or into the ships. And that power that is generated, I mean, they're burning diesel fuel, right? It could be something more sustainable, specifically if ports are able to provide clean energy to these ships. So we have seen ports growing quite a bit, also because the Ministry of Ports and Airports, they launched a sustainability policy in which terminals, based on their categories, they have to meet certain goals of sustainability in terms of changing and replacing equipment so that they are basically more modern. And also they are going to be required to have different processes. And in the digitization of their processes, the idea is that these processes become quicker, become simpler as well. Also truck scheduling, which is a big issue in logistics in our ports, so that we're basically able to take in more shipments. And our ports are very much ready to move towards sustainability and towards having more shipments coming in. We have seen a lot of action being taken in bid processes for new terminals. We're actually at the point of opening a bid for the largest container terminal in Brazil, in Santos. In one of the terminals, we're going to basically double our handling capacity in the port of Santos. Can you fit another terminal in there? Yes, and it's going to be the biggest that we have here in Brazil. And as you compare the port capacity, we always leave China out, by the way, because we simply cannot compete with them. I mean, their ports, the size of the Chinese ports is just amazing. I mean, and so when we compare ourselves, however, to Europe and to the US and to other Brazilian ports, as soon as we open up the bid process for this new terminal, the container, the ability, we're going to be only second to Antwerp and Rotterdam in terms of container handling capability. Well, the bid process should happen in November, December of this year. We're still going through that process. And there's a bit of a ramp-up period until it got to full operation. You can actually start operating some shipments already in 2026, but it's going to be in full motion in 2030. And construction has to be done who? By government or by the winners of the bid? Yes, by the winners of the bids. And the contract for the winner of the bid, it also includes sustainability rules that they have to abide by. So port equipment, for instance, they're going to have electrical port equipment. And answering your question, by the way, as to how ports have invested in artificial intelligence and in digitization of processes so as to transform the nature of their operations into something more sustainable. But before we move over to the next, because time is really running pretty quickly, has NTAC developed any plans to improve the logistics, including our rivers also, so that we don't only have sea transportation, maritime transportation through our big ports? Are you considering that possibility? Because we know that we might be able to use our rivers a little better than that. Do you have such project? Yes, we do. We usually say that in Brazil we have a lot of rivers that can be sailed, but we don't have like hydroways, and because climate change is a reality today. If we only looked at it as something that would happen remotely in the future, today it's becoming a reality. We have two phenomena that happen in Brazil. First, the flooding of the ports in Rio Grande do Sul and the drought that we had in the Amazon. And that drought in the Amazon, the one that happened last year on the second half of the year, was extremely severe, so much so that some parts of the rivers there could no longer be sailed. And our agency now has a program of concessions of hydroways, as we call them, or waterways. And we're going to have now a waterway for the Paraguay River, because some of these channels, I mean, the folks who do the dredging and removal of rocks and to deepen some of the rivers is the DNIT, which is a department from the federal government. And the project this project is being run also with our agencies, so that we can basically grant a concession so that a privately held company can do that monitoring, and in a point in which that some dredging is needed or some removal of rocks needs to be done, so that this is done by a privately held company. We're also opening another process to grant concessions in the Tocantins and Tapajós rivers. I'm actually the rapporteur of the project for the Tocantins River, in which we have Pedral do Lourenço, which is basically a rocky period, a rocky stretch of that river. And the main job to be done by the concession holder is to remove these rocks. And that, without a doubt, will allow us to use our rivers much better. And this also speaks to sustainability. In the case of this river, it's basically because of lack of draft, yes. Not ships, because it's basically barges that you use there. Barges cannot cross this area. And specifically and we are actually talking about climate change and having rivers with less water, this is becoming more and more urgent. Oh, that's great news, right, guys? And we have such a wealthy country in terms of nature, and rivers also, lots of them can actually become waterways, as Flavia said. So Tanya, next subject is going to be a question that I'm going to ask to everyone. And I'm going to start with you, because you know that leading companies such as your organization, an important organization in the area of logistics, when you decide to do things better, it is pointless for you to do that alone, right? I mean, I think that you need your suppliers to tag along with you. You need your entire supply chain to tag along with you in this evolutionary process. So the SERPA group, I mean, you have so many companies. It's, I think, more than 10 companies under your umbrella organization. You have branches in the US and China and in other places in Brazil, not only in Belo Horizonte, which is where your headquarters are. I mean, say that you depend on a lot of different people and partners actually to deliver excellent services to your clients. So how is it that you select suppliers or partners who are truly reliable and who will ultimately share with you from the SERPA group, who will ultimately share the same values about which you have been, speaking to us, every chance you have, about the importance of sustainability. So how do you pick suppliers? You see, the basic requirement that they have to abide by has to do with governance, right? I mean, governance is the first thing that we look at whenever we retain, new suppliers, or whenever we hire employees even. And we are quite emphatic when we talk about ethics and transparency. Let me make a point here, because not everyone knows what governance is. I know that this is a word that is used widely, but sometimes some might not know what that means. And, well, in plain words, it's basically you have to know what you need to do inside the company. You have to know the limits of what you can do and your responsibilities as well. There's no such thing, okay, sometimes I might do this, sometimes it's going to be Luciana taking over. Oh, I can't do this, Flavia will take over. No, it can't be like that. So each one does what you're supposed to do, right, Mrs. Haiping? Each one has to know what they have to do. That's good governance. You can actually trust a company like that, right, Tanya? Yeah, and let me give you one example from SERPA China to basically mitigate risk. Something that we are doing is that we basically run a survey with our vendors to see if they have any lawsuits filed against them, if they have the ability to deliver in as much as we need from them, and if they were ever charged with engaging in slave-like working conditions. I see. So we're basically trying to improve the, assurances over the fact that your suppliers share the same values that you include in the contracts that you will ultimately sign with your clients. Yes, it is very important to have that. I mean, they have to be in good standing, and responsibilities have to be clearly defined. Okay, so Jan, since China is a country with so many suppliers, and it is an extremely competitive market that you have there. I actually had a chance to see there some negotiations. I was actually next to Tanya, and I could see how much companies are really willing to go way beyond what they might have been expected to do. So highly competitive companies, but you have to make sure that they do what you need them to do for your clients. So how do you do that? Looking at the supply chain that you have at ZTO? Olha, em primeiro lugar, a gente também desenvolve uma estratégia de aquisições em que nós incluímos nossas preocupações ambientais, assim como aquelas tocantes a compliance. Então, nós conduzimos avaliações anuais baseadas nas avaliações que fazemos trimestralmente, ou seja, nós temos todo um padrão que é definido para se fazer essa mensuração, e sim, repreensões são feitas quando equívocos acontecem, quando essas regras são desrespeitadas, aquelas que nós mutuamente concordamos no momento da seleção do fornecedor, e, claro, que ele será monitorado e será, em última análise, substituído se o fornecedor não satisfizer os nossos padrões. Agora, você levantou uma questão de grande importância num comentário anterior, porque na China, a população de fornecedores também está crescendo, né? Em comparação ao que já tivemos anteriormente, né? Especificamente, por exemplo, na área lá de automações, equipamentos de automação, que nós temos instalados nos nossos mais de 100 de centros de separação de pacotes. Quer dizer, a tinta que o pessoal usa, o tipo de material que usa na construção desses equipamentos, tudo isso, gente, são questões com as quais nós nos preocupamos, quer dizer, isso vai gerar algum impacto ambiental ou não. Ou seja, nossa responsabilidade, ela se estende para muito além dos limites da nossa própria operação. Quer dizer, ela perpassa também toda a nossa cadeia de suprimentos, de maneira que nossos fornecedores construam as capacidades de oferecer serviços que estejam em alinhamento com os nossos objetivos de conformidade, não é? Quer dizer, é meio que essa grande árvore, por assim dizer, da qual participamos, né, e que nos apoia também e com a qual trabalhamos conjuntamente de maneira a satisfazer esses padrões. No caso da ZTO, nós somos uma empresa listada, inclusive na Bolsa de Nova York, assim como também na Bolsa de Hong Kong, e até por esse motivo nós temos toda uma série de investidores, levando em conta um comentário que você fez anteriormente, que se preocupam muito com as questões de ESG. Então, por exemplo, a gente faz parte, por exemplo, do MSCI, né? A gente tem uma avaliação BB, inclusive, né, na mensuração que foi feita, e nós também estamos nessa constante luta, né, de tentar melhorar. E nesses últimos 5 anos, nós conseguimos, inclusive, melhorar a nossa avaliação em 30%, para você ter uma ideia, ou seja, nós estamos ali no 10% que estão no topo daquelas que submetem a essa avaliação, considerando empresas do nosso porte. E uma coisa que nós temos conseguido fazer, de certa maneira, é empoderar também os nossos parceiros, né, da nossa cadeia de suprimentos. E como eu falei para você, nós não temos uma empresa operada verticalmente, né? A parte da busca, da entrega, tudo isso é feito pelos nossos parceiros. E muitas vezes, essas empresas são empresinhas pequenas, de 2, 3 pessoas. Às vezes, a embalagem que eles utilizam, ou a fita adesiva que eles utilizam, também pode afetar, de certa maneira, a pegada do nosso negócio, já que a pegada da nossa empresa é realmente gigantesca. E por conta disso, nós acreditamos ser de grandíssima importância, claro, isso gradualmente, mas certamente, com toda certeza, a gente conseguir, né, fazer valer as nossas preocupações ambientais e as nossas políticas corporativas de maneira que elas consigam, de certa maneira, também influenciar a mentalidade daqueles com quem nós colaboramos. E nós também assumimos nossas próprias responsabilidades, às vezes até indo para além dos limites da nossa empresa, para, em muitos casos, assumir parte da responsabilidade financeira também por essas mudanças, dado que o impacto sobre a Terra, ele é um impacto que ocorre sobre todos, não apenas sobre nós. Great, Flávia. What about you? So let's talk a little about how you, as a member of government, I mean, you're not obviously retaining the services of vendors, but in a way you also set up some, I believe, codes of conducts for companies working in waterways in Brazil and with maritime transportation. So whenever you have those big contracts for the ports of Brazil, how to disseminate good practices within the supply chain of the large companies currently working in Brazilian ports? Well, together with the minister and the Ministry for Ports and Airports, we've been trying to develop what we call green corridors. Whenever we define, those green corridors, looking at the international lines that we have, and we have a lot of import and export lines with China, by the way, and in these green corridors, we understand that and this is also measured, by the way, we don't have to sign MOUs with other countries. Earlier this year, we signed an MOU with Singapore, and to establish and to participate in that line, we basically try to clean it up. So the companies operating in these lines, they basically gain incentives. Okay, but give me an example of what a green line is.
So, for instance, let me get the Santos port as the example, because it's not the largest one. So we have the container terminal, and that, for instance, connects Singapore. So the shipments that are coming from Singapore to the Santos port, they come, and the the products that are going to operate. It's a specific company. They obviously have as part of their own supply chain companies which are committed to sustainability. So yeah, and so what the ministry does, it basically sets specific targets. And so if you source companies which are committed to sustainability, you will get stamps and scores, and if and for inspection or benefits at the level of the ministry. So a financial fund. So we have the fund of the Navy, and so this is managed in order to, benefit the shipment and the port. So it's really, something that, acreditem ou não, às vezes a gente implementa essas soluções que são, né, sensíveis do ponto de vista ambiental e você reduz o custo. E se você precisava, por exemplo, de 2 motoristas e agora você só precisa de 1, porque você tem, né, tecnologia, né, de assistente de direção, então a tecnologia ela tem que ser empregada da forma mais inteligente possível, assim como os painéis solares, por exemplo, que estão lá nos nossos parques logísticos, têm gerado 50% de toda a energia, né, que nós consumimos. Yeah, well, we still, yeah, well, we still have a lot, to do in that sense. But anyway, and although we have, many resources, but still they have to select the companies that will be entitled to this fund. So they establish, selection criteria based on the sustainability policy. So they are able to benefit the companies who are part of the Green Corridor that have committed in order to have their investments further developed. Okay, very short time, so please be very brief. I remember well about 30 years ago when Petrobras started to take good care of its supply chain. It was an example to Brazil, and many other companies followed suit. What is your recommendation for you as a consultant in this field? Because it's no good for you to work alone, isolated, because if your supply chain partners, if they do not follow you, it's not going to work. So how can we, basically sensitize people? And we are here talking about those sustainability values, right? And I have been witnessing clients who were actually requiring sustainability indicators in order to continue business, and also for investment. So the message, entrepreneurs, dear friends, have been working as an entrepreneur ever since I left college. So start with your data management, because this is going to be a very important element, and it's going to be part of the regulation. So go baby steps, but do it. Have it started, and Luciana is one of those people who can help you out, because it's a huge universe of possibilities. I mean, time is up, we know, and in Asia, you have to leave. Anyway, guys, I hope we have added a lot of content with this incredible women who were part of this panel, and we could easily stay here the whole day, just listening from them, their decision-making strategies. And Luciana's final words should be an important take-home message. I mean, in order for you to become a sustainable company, do commit, because that is going to be selection criteria. So, Luciana, you ready to help? Yeah, thank you, Flavia, very much. Yeah, thank you, Tanya. That's it, Deborah. Yeah, another wonderful panel. So let's go for a picture. Yeah, so the center of the stage, so that we can take a good record of this special moment. That basically closed our WeFORUM 2025 brilliantly. So thank you very much for your presence, those of you who've been with us yesterday, today. And so we have a video from Sebrae that I would invite you to watch. So the time is now, and this is not just a motto, it's actually a cry out for those who want to get opportunities. We can entrepreneur and do something that has been before, but that has never been done the way we do it. And they have never had our view. We can offer something that seems common, but it's not, as long as it has our unique touch. Time is now because we need to rely on the stories that came preceded us, so that we can open doors for the ones that are still coming. And unprecedented, not because it's never been done before, but because it's going to be done with our unique touch, and our dreams will never be copied. And it doesn't matter whether your business is starting, whether you are midways, or whether it's still a plan. We are going to stand beside you at every step of this journey. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, to all of you who have taken part in the WeFORUM, the 4th edition of WeFORUM 2025, and that have given your contribution to transform this into a very successful event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank you all for your presence, and we hope to see you in 2026 in order for us to keep on doing a follow-up. Now we have a retrospective of the days of yesterday and today that we are going to just play.
É muito bom estar aqui hoje para falar sobre temas que não só impulsionam o crescimento econômico, mas também moldam o futuro do empreendedorismo e da inovação.
Depois de 4 anos acontecendo o WeFORUM, mostra que a gente está realmente quebrando barreiras, que a gente conseguiu trazer essas instituições para apoiarem esse evento e para discutirem a importância do empreendedorismo feminino no mundo dos negócios.
É com grande alegria que damos início ao Fórum 2025, um evento global para incentivar o empreendedorismo feminino, conectar mulheres e gerar muitas oportunidades de negócios. É muito bom estar aqui hoje para falar sobre temas que não só impulsionam o crescimento econômico, mas também moldam o futuro do empreendedorismo e da inovação.
Depois de 4 anos acontecendo o WeFORUM, mostra que a gente está realmente quebrando barreiras, que a gente conseguiu trazer essas instituições para apoiarem esse evento e para discutirem a importância do empreendedorismo feminino no mundo dos negócios.
Mônica Monteiro, uma das idealizadoras do
Monica Monteiro is going to say her final remarks. Thank you, Deborah. Another year together. Thank you. And I wish you who are getting back home a very safe way back. And those of you who are, getting and bringing a little taste of Minas Gerais with you, either as good cheese or something else. And we are just eagerly waiting to know how many business rounds we had. And we hope to overcome last year's already record-breaking figures. And so I would say that the most important thing is for us to, more important than doing events, is to get connected and to do networking. Thank you and good morning. Have you all a good day.